the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Dapat kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Lakas, Pinas, malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Masepik na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharged with Clear. And NOR. Sarap panalo with NOR. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience MPL live and stay in comfort at the Green Sun Hotel. Enjoy the promo exclusive to MPL ticket holders. This is until October 13, 2025, so hurry and book your stay. We're weeks away from the playoffs, and you can secure your tickets now. Join us at the bigger stage for the biggest clash of the season. Go to the official MPL PH website to secure your seats. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
This is the playoffs ladder at 2 linggo na lamang ang natitira sa ating regular season.
Feel ko kaya naman sumabay sa mga old gods basta maayos lang yung namin execution ganon. Pero minsan kasi nadadang kami sa gulang.
Gusto kami patunayan this season na parang gusto namin mag-champion. Gusto namin i-dominate. Gusto kami patunayan na kaya pa rin namin makapag-playoffs at babawi kami.
Ako sa naniniwala sa Falcons na alam nila kung ano yung talagang kailangan nilang gawin. Feeling ko may problema lang siguro sila na hindi nila na naaayos. and excited ako makalaban din.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa MPL Arena. Ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin.
And we are just a couple of weeks away from finding out kung sino nga ba sa ating mga natitirang team sa makakuha ng 5 natitirang spots para sa playoffs.
Ika nga nila, ito ang most competitive season so far ng MPL Philippines. Kaya naman iisa pa lamang ang koponan na naghihintay sa susunod na kabanata, and that's none other than Aurora Gaming.
We've witnessed a lot of talk from this season, pero kayo naman ang aming tatanungin, sino ba sa tingin nyo ang mga kupunan na papasok doon sa 5 spots na iyon? Ilapag nyo na sa ating comments because we love to hear more about it.
Alam mo Hans, maulan man ngayong araw ay siguradong uulan din ng aksyon dito sa MPL Arena.
And of course, our prayers, love, and care reach out to the members and of course, the people there in Cebu. Amping mo tanandaha. And we are definitely hoping that you guys are okay, safe, and you are always with our prayers.
Kasama niyo po kami sa pagbangon, and we continue to wish for your safety and recovery in the coming weeks.
And with that being said, with all of that na nakita na natin ngayon, I think it is now time for us to return to the battlefield para makita ang lahat ng ating mga kupunan dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Kaya oras na para saksihan ang
Lakas ng Pinas!
Ciao ban to all of our Vietnamese-speaking friends all over the world. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Naisu and Renmar. It's us, We Bear Bros, bring you the action for Day 1, Week 7 of MPL Philippines Season 16.
Man, Week 7 already. We're down to the last couple weeks here and some crucial matches today.
Yeah, second to the last week. Time flies incredibly quickly. I can't wait to see what other surprises the teams have in store.
This season, we are powered by Infinix. Experience victory with the Infinix GT30. With GT Trigger and MLBB certified 120 FPS, enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. It comes in at 11,999 SRP.
That's I still gotta grab one of mine, man, because yeah, it's a mighty deal, but also you guys can join. There's more from Infinix. The X-Lamon show match, playing alongside Cherizama, Athena, J-Yacht Gaming, and Womi, our very own Womi over there, in an epic 5v5 match on October 25th, powered by the Infinix GT30.
Just like and follow Infinix Philippines on Facebook for the full mechanics. Winners will be announced on October 13th. So, are you hashtag Team Cherry now or Team hashtag Jamie? Hashtag Team Jamie. Join now and outplay the rest. Hashtags come first.
You can also level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
And last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MLBB diamonds. Well, guess what? This month, they've raised it to 50,000 diamonds, potentially for you guys to go ahead and grab.
So this is going to be a little test because we've been doing this all season long. What's the next steps? Right? It's right there on your screen. That's one of the cues. So all you got to do is download and sign up for Vibe and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI, right? See? Told you.
MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. It's been one hell of a season. Again, 7 weeks in, and there are still some twists and turns that we do not expect. Some of them seem inevitable.
Yeah.
Some of them seem to be almost for sure, but if today's matches are going to be any evidence, maybe, just maybe, you're still going to want to watch every single moment of it. Aurora have already secured their playoff spot, while AP Brennan Falcons, and maybe one could say even TNC and Twisted Minds, and Omega, oh my god, down to 4th, have to fight.
Of course, a lot of eyes right now are on Aurora, who are potentially going to match the ONIC win streak of 13-1. That's 13 straight Series 1, but that might not come into fruition until next week. However, of course, Falcons, a lot of attention on them as well, because if things don't go their way, if they don't rack up wins, if teams they don't want to win end up winning, I'm looking at TNC and AP Bren, they might end their playoffs journey this weekend.
It's a little dicey, and I know that's coming from the Falcons guy himself over here. You know, it's troubled waters. Like, they have to go ahead and be able to get the win almost in every single match that I think that they have ahead of them. But of course, this is where it all starts. It's day 1 of week 7. We're kicking off with Twisted and RORA.
Yep, number 1 for the first half, and then number 1 for the rest of the season. Twisted Minds, the newest kids on the block, facing off against Aurora, who has been quite the powerhouse in Season 16. they'll be followed up by a series that you don't want to miss. Again, Falcons holding on for dear life. If the waters look muddy, then the skies are hostile because there's thunder afoot as they face off against the Super Fam.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the Super Fam have their eyes set with just continuously racking up wins because they still want to make sure they end the regular season top 2. If they want to crack Team Liquid's spot at the top 2 slot in the standings, they need to rack up wins and they need to channel their old god mentality back.
Not to mention they were coming from a loss, again, an odd loss against AP Brent last weekend. Coming up next, it's Kaloyan Light leading the charge for their squad's Twisted Minds versus Aurora.
I think that was the biggest question that I had leading into this week. A lot of people were asking me what I thought about both those matches that ended week 6, and I think a big surprise for them was even the ONIC game, themselves. But I like the words we got from Kelra too about Team Falcons. Like, he knows that they have some things they need to work on, and hopefully they're able to do it.
He knows that they know what they need to do to lock it in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this matchup coming up. All eyes are on Aurora, and there's a big spotlight on the young Dylan Aaron Katipon Light. He is the light system. If there's a dark system that's afoot all around your rank games, he is the light.
Yeah, it's unanimous. Of course, after how Aurora started off this season, losing to Team Falcons, and a lot of people saying it doesn't look like Light really fits into the system, suddenly everything shifted. After the slow downfall or loss of consistency by Twisted Minds at around week 4, suddenly here comes Aurora showing now everything has finally clicked for us. With Light and Kite back together, that's Demon Kite because there is a Domin Kite on the side of Aurora. He has now become potentially the MVP of the regular season favorite, to the point where Edok and Kiboy from Indonesia have already shared their thoughts about Light, with Edok saying that his gameplay looks more cohesive than it was when he was with BTR last season, possibly because communication feels easier there with the lack of a language barrier. And for Kiboy, he should definitely be better at it because communication is smoother and more comfortable there. And the times we hear the comms, it looks like Light isn't even calling, or not a lot of on the side of Aurora are even calling things. It looks like it's instinctual. It's just carnal instincts for Light to do some of the things that he does.
And I think a big part of it, again, is when he came into this lineup, it was like, they have those shades of RSG back between him and Demon Kite, of course, but Light's just gotten so much better. I feel like even the timing that he's able to go ahead and follow through with a lot of the execution that they have, I feel like at this point, it's like sometimes even if he's not calling the shots or making the calls, he just knows where to be, what to do at the right time. I think that one stat we saw previously about #1 in damage taken, a lot of people ask how to be a good roamer, how to do these things. I think that's the thing. You have to know when to take damage for the team and when not to, when to zone out, when not to, and that's what Light does great.
And this team right here, the rookies of MPL Philippines Season 16, the former MDL champions, are looking to take down Light and Aurora to be able to help secure their playoff spot. They're looking at 3 scenarios. 1, they win 2 matches and TNC loses 2 matches for the rest of the season, all right? The next 2 weeks. Scenario 2, win 2 matches and AP Bren loses 1 match by a sweep. Scenario 3, win 2 matches and AP Bren's match results are a 2-1 and a 1-2 in any order. They just want AP Bren to go far.
Yeah, a lot of the factors here are out of the hands of Twisted Minds, except for one thing: just win. Win series, win matches, and then you don't have to think about anyone else. Because at least in your hands, you've already done what you needed to do. You're just waiting to see if the other teams can help fulfill conditions for you.
And that's what I say. Because the main thing for all 3 of those scenarios, win 2 matches, right? Now, if they're able to do that against a team like RORA, starting off here, that's already a huge, strong foot into the door towards the playoffs.
And we want to hear from you now. I'm sure chat is going crazy and wild for this matchup, but we also want to ask you guys, what is the most difficult role to play in a Project Next? This current patch has been a blockbuster hit, and I think every role has become impactful and has significantly changed. But between AXP, mid, gold, jungle, and roam, which one is the hardest to execute?
I think it's a tie between mid and jungle, because Roam's lives have been made easier despite the extra layer of get vision. At least now it's just getting pushed a little bit more to everyone's heads. Dude, just get vision and you get gold and you're fine. But mid and jungle had to do the most adjustments because of the different map elements.
Joseph?
I would as someone who's been playing Rome, I almost just want to say, for me anyway, what I've seen in my own games, it's Rome, because it's like, yeah, that you have the benefit of getting gold and XP, but now there's some people who don't understand what Romes need to necessarily do, so they're sitting there like, hey, come over to my lane, sit in this lane, but you're like, no, I gotta roam and get gold and XP, and then you're like, okay, I gotta go to over here, over here.
I get it.
So that's like what I've been experiencing. So I would almost say, as a personal experience, it's been Rome, man.
Just because there's bread on the map doesn't mean you automatically get it. You still have to find the ways. I personally, this might sound weird, but I think EXP has it hard. Because EXP's game didn't really change, and they have to find their own way to impact the map given the changes. So it's like Rome. It's like, what do I get? What do I do?
Yeah, as someone who's been spamming EXP, to put it bluntly, kind of boring. Very predictable now is our lives in the EXP lane.
I don't like boring. It's difficult to be boring, but this comes down to you guys. Let us know which role is now the most difficult to play in Project Next. Put it in the comments below and let us know. For now, let's welcome our teams onto the stage. Going into the arena is Twisted Minds and Aurora Gaming.
A plot twist is all they need to continue their playoffs climb. Here's Nasha, Kaloy, Sean, MP the King, and Lansu. Make some noise for Twisted Minds! Shining their light on week 7, entering the arena, it's Dominkite, Light, Yue, Demon Kite, and Edward, Aurora! To guide us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. And their coaches. For Twisted Minds, it's Coach Bonchan. For Aurora, it's Coach Master the Basics. MPL Arena, welcome to week number 7. Make some noise!
That's a little trippy, seeing Bonchan and Master the Basics next to each other again, knowing their history. Let's talk about Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, again, it's Lansu, MP the King, Sean, Kaloy, and Nasha. Again, these guys started the season strong. We're now well into the way of the second half, almost wrapping up the regular season, and much has been still we wanted to see from Twisted Minds is, again, the drafts, the unique drafts, and more execution here against a team like RORA.
All right, let me drop some stats about Aurora. All Aurora members are top 1 in KDA ranking for their respective roles. In 26 games, Aurora secured 17 of the First Bloods. Aurora hold a 7 wins and 1 loss record in games under 12 minutes. To say that Aurora is dominant this season is an understatement. Yes, they are not gods who cannot bleed. They have bled a couple of times this season, but you cannot deny they are really damn good.
Looking at their head-to-head stats, the remnants of the early game dominance that these two #1 teams, the first half and the second half regular season, season 16, are still there. Look at the first blood rate on Twisted Minds. This is their early game aggression because, in my opinion, still, Twisted Minds' #1 strength is just being damn good. They're just a tight team with good mechanics, and I wonder how far they can take that against a team like Aurora. I think the rest of the league, confirmed, has read through them.
Yep.
Is this the time for them to show us something new in the face of league #1?
I think it'd be a good time to bring it out if you can. Granted, too, again, knowing their scenarios, what they need to get to the playoffs, but you got to dominate that early game. We remember the stats from the first 5 minutes for Aurora last week. Twisted is the team that can most likely stay competitive against Aurora in that nature. They're one of the teams that can do that. So if they can get the first blood, because the first blood rating was very similar to each other, that'd give them a good start.
Yep, literally a % difference. We'll talk more about these teams' stats in just a bit, but for now, let's listen to the Smart 5G ping test.
Ang lamig. Ang lamig niya na sa akin. Hello. Naka-record na ba? Sana manalo na, tol. Maka-playoffs lang, tol, oh. Sana manalo tayo sa Aurora, pre. Mga tsamba lang naman sa top 1, no? Sabay rekta playoffs. Lord, bigay mo na, Lord. Baka naman. Gumagawa naman ako ng kabutihan, Lord. Nagbago na ako, Lord, oh. Undefeated, eh. Grabe. Baka ito na talaga yung para sa kanila. Pero ano yun natin yan, pre? Tatry natin harangin. Try natin. Try lang. Si Doming, ang laki na ng katawan ngayon. Dom, dati Dom, ang laki-laki mong tao. Ngayon, ang sarap mo na. Di na ikaw yung Doming na nakilala ko. Ang laki na ng muscle niya.
Oo, laki nga. Ako yung mic check, Brad. Pakitang tao muna. Kunyari, madaldal. Ganda ng bagong album ni Taylor Swift. Swifties. Let's go. May antay ako kumanta ng cameraman, no? Di ako kakanta, boss. Daming tao. Solid. Sold out. Guys, bilhin ako yung ticket. Ano ba yan? Nananawagan ako dito sa mic check. Bumili ako yung ticket.
Edward breaking the fourth wall, denying us the pleasure of hearing him sing. I think it's safe to say he is a Swiftie and he's a fan of the newest album drop by Miss Swift.
Yeah, I haven't heard it yet, but I heard it's good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend that I am a huge Taylor Swift fan, but I will try.
I'm still on Our Song.
Not that long ago.
That's long.
Yeah.
That's a while.
I'm a Swiftie OG.
I do have a favorite Taylor Swift song though, Bad Blood. It's very catchy.
The one with K-Dot?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's a great show.
How about you, Joseph?
I don't have a favorite Taylor Swift song. I'm sorry.
You're disappointed like millions of Swifties now.
Uncultured.
Let's listen to the Infinite Keys to Victory brought to us by Wolf in The Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix Keys to Victory. Twisted Minds kontra sa Aurora ang ating star match of the day. At para sa Twisted Minds, ang napakalaking challenge para sa kanila ay karapin ang top 1 team natin ngayon. They can start with managing yung Harith ng Aurora. I know this is difficult. They can either ban that hero kaya deny naman. There was even a time nitong MPL PH S16 na sinasabi ko na yung red side Harith ng Aurora ay nakakatakot. Meron pa palang mas nakakatakot dyan, yung first pick Harith na kahit TLPH ay hindi kinayang talunin. Kaya naman para sa Twisted Minds, what they need to do is to deny or ban this hero. And also, when related to the draft, kailangan na mag-draft ng magandang Turtle 1 heroes. Ito yung mga tipong maganda yung level 4 ultimate agad at kaya talagang pumalag kasi kapansin-pansin na problema na talaga ang first Turtle ng Aurora. Ito yung nagiging centerpiece ng Turtle fights ng early game ng side ng Aurora kaya kailangan tong kontrahin ng Twisted Minds via the draft. Also, para naman sa Aurora, they have to punish yung dependence ng Twisted Minds sa kanilang mid-gold duo scale na setup. There were so many times na ang hinahanap na scaling ng Twisted Minds ay mula doon sa may mid lane in combination with their gold lane. This is something that they need to punish. And in relation to that, i-outplace nila yung gold lane with fast farming gold lane choices. Alam naman natin, ito na ang strike ni Doming and this is what we can see from Rora. That's Twisted Minds going up against Aurora. Tignan natin sino manalo. Back to the casters.
Wolf, thank you so much for actually finally acknowledging the fact that the Harith for Aurora really needs to be dealt with. Either ban it or take it for yourselves. Domigad is just so comfortable with it. Looking at the Aurora side though, I like that you're also putting focus and punishing Twisted Minds' dependence on the mid-gold dual scale setup, which is why I feel like there needs to be a readjustment for Twisted Minds. Just focus on Sean. The man has the highest kills in KDA with 0 deaths this season with 18 kills, 0 deaths, 21 in the KDA, but not the assists. I need to remember the math there. So if Twisted Minds readjust their focus away a little bit from Nausea and decides to put a lot more in the center of the map to Sean, that means you're pressuring Yue. That means you're pressuring Light as well.
Want to give a shout out to Stylish Zed and Okta as well from MPL MY and MPL Indonesia for showing us a little bit of their own Kimmy and Granger performance, who have wild 0 death KDA runs. Going into the draft, we have Twisted Minds deciding to go on the blue side. They are going for that first pick swing. This is one way to deny that first pick, Harith. Again, you're not going to get controlled by that trade.
Yep. So I'm trying to imagine how like the sequencing for Twisted Minds, considering that most of the time they would rather they'd also want to look at the hero pool of Demon Kite, considering that they're going to be on the blue side now. They'd want to consider taking away either the Lance or YSS and taking one of those picks for themselves, or take something away from Aurora that they've proven to be really good at, which is actually playing the Baksha in the jungle as well. So I think one of the initial trades that Twisted Minds is really think about is Baksha, YSS, Lancelot, and then you connect that to the idea of, wait, what's Dominikai going to end up with? Are they going to rush pick Harith red side?
Here we go. The draft has begun. And we're still choosing our map enhancement.
Yay!
All right, we expedited that process. We're going into Broken Walls.
And Did I see that? I mean, it went by really fast. But so this is the first time Twisted plays on broken walls. I don't know if that was true, like the debut pick, but then RORA has 2-0 on it.
So RORA knows how to use this map.
Yep.
Let's see how Twisted Minds
Good ban.
take control of it. There goes the Harith, the Chip, and the Fanny, while Coach MTB and Dexter take out the 1-1, the Zushin, and the Kalia.
Lancelot or YSS? Oh, no, Boxer.
Yeah, we mentioned the Boxer as one of those earlier. So Twisted Minds is leaving the option up to RORA whether or not they're going to rush a Demon Kite pick right away. With the Harith gone, they can go for their carries. I was also thinking that, the Granger, so they can go Granger and the Lancelot. I think it'd be a bit too greedy if they go Granger and YSS. So, okay, they don't lock in the jungler just yet. They pick up an Arlot for Edward. But a Phoveus is still open and a bunch of other high-profile EXP laners as well. So Aurora might be playing the idea of this Arlot might flex.
You know what? I think they're baiting out the Admiral. They're making Lansu pick a hero that is not down his alley because he has a 33% win rate on Phoveus. He's played it 3 times, won only once. So I don't know exactly what the matchups are, but I'm looking at Arlot Phoveus. Yes, it should be Phoveus favored. But look, he even denies that. He doesn't care. He's going Lapu-Lapu, and of course they put the Kimmy back into the hands of Sean.
That's great. You get the Kimmy locked in. Again, we just talked about the KDAs here. Sean being one of them. And Kimmy nonetheless fits in most lineups. Like, that's what we've been seeing, and that's why she is such a top priority pick right now in the gold lane. And they can really build out the rest of this for the lineup here, depending on what they want to put gold and then roam.
Yeah. One thing I love about this Lapu-Lapu pick is that it softly turns off the idea of an Eve pickup for Yue, one of the heroes that Aurora would default into if they still don't have a Yue pick. There's still a lot of options for him. One thing I'd want to see Aurora consider is for them to pick up the Sicilian again in his hands later on if it's going to be available. So of course, considering that Light got an MVP performance on this Grok last week, pick it up for him again. And this allows them to sort of actually make MP the King think twice about fronting too hard and getting vision. Because if MP the King is a little bit too deep close to Aurora when they're playing the Turtle or Lord dances, Light can just put up a wall and surprise him with a tech charge.
I like that too, because for Aurora, you know, I mean, the rest of their lineup here, they're going to go ahead and play around a lot of crowd control that's given with the Arlot and the Grok both.
Yep, this is Light's 4th time playing Grok. His stats not exactly stellar. Only has won once in the first 3 times he played it, but it'll definitely be a pick that might change the way Twisted Minds play because it's broken walls. So he's adding a level of terrain that maybe Twisted Minds didn't account for, but there is 2 more picks to repair that. Matilda and Novaria get banned out.
And Light can fix one of the walls.
Oh, that's
technically.
That is actually very true.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a great element that we didn't consider. Like, they can put up a wall again in the back of the Lord.
That ain't broken anymore.
He'll fix one of 20 walls that are down.
So apparently that was just the simple math needed. You pick up Grok for broken walls.
Yeah.
Because he can put one up. All right, you know what?
You're welcome, you're welcome.
I'm going to add that for my next video. Aurora, whoa, taking away the Franco. The strong pick off. They're most likely going to be going for a hard assassin for Demon Guy. I mean, the Lancelot is still up on the board for them.
And the Yisun Shin.
And the Yisun Shin. So that might be the case. But then Aurora need to be careful because the first and only time we've seen Kajo this season was in their last series against Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds won with that pick. If they're trying to take away heroes that can suppress, Kajo is still available for Twisted Minds. But maybe that's why they man out the Franco and they picked up the Grok at 3rd. Because now if you're the Kajo, if you're not careful, a wall and a tech charge will also mess you up.
And Kaja's in a very weird position in the metagame. Despite being a suppress hero, again, just 1 of 2 in the whole game, he's just not as chunky. The game does not allow for such mechanics and dynamics. Sicilian, currently 100%.
Yeah, I'm very happy about this. Brought it up earlier, and I'm glad that Aurora is still leaning into this. Yue is just so comfortable with this hero.
He is him.
He is him. Of course, with this iconic performance in Season 14, almost single-handedly being the guy to bring Aurora into Game 7 because of his Sicilian. Respect banned by ONIC then. This should go really well. And this turns off the idea of a Kaja even more so. I think Twisted Minds might just have to settle either for a Badang or a Gatot in their roam. Oh, they go Guinevere in the Roman Obsidia.
Hold up. This is perfect timing, folks. If you updated your in-game app, the Aspirants Unite line of skins featuring Guinevere and Vixana have been released. So this is a hero that comes in clutch alongside the newest hero to join the MLBB Cast of Heroes, Obsidia. Our good friend Ray Ash at home is very happy.
I was gonna say, hopefully he's got his diamonds.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull for this right away. I did not know. Like,
do you have enough dias, bro?
Yeah, I do. I think I do.
All right, last weekend we did see some Obsidia, and she has been very promising. Let's see how Aurora responds.
Okay.
Okay, Akai is the answer, man.
I'm salivating. This is really good. We're looking at the Guinevere skin. I hope it comes into the game. Aurora close up their draft with an Akai. This is a Demon Kite special.
I love this pickup by Aurora. You know, you guys know me. I'm an Akai guy all the way, but the fact that you even see a Guinevere on the other side, and if you're worried of getting caught up by the Guinevere, pop up a heavy spin and you're good to go, baby. Just go ahead and fight. And it's a great combination as well with the Grok because it's an extra angle for Nakai to pin someone down with the heavy spin. Considering that Aurora already have a scaling mid laner in the Sicilian, and then of course you have the Granger in the gold lane as well, the Sakai pick was perfect, and I'm really leaning towards the Sicilian Akai Grok at the center of the map. I think Aurora won the draft there, but Obsidia is still the wild card of this draft, considering that we're still trying to find the limit for her in this metagame.
Here we go. Game number 1 in this contest between Twisted Minds and Aurora Gaming.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Coming up clutch. I think they're hedging on the fact that there might be time since it's a Sicilian on the other side and you're waiting for Domin Kite to come online with that mid-game power spike.
I like that you mentioned this too, Renmar, because I still feel like that's a big question from even the community is this Obsidia, is she good? Is she underperforming? Kaloy is going to feel the Rampart. Okay. But, and by the way, this is the new skin that you guys are seeing here in the hands of Kaloy right now with the Guinevere.
Aspirants Unite.
All right. For a second there, I thought there would be a chance that Kaloy could seal away the purple buff. Watching Domin Kite, intense duel in the lane.
Oh no. Oh.
Go! Is he? Okay. Yeah, he doesn't have the flicker, so he's not going to force it. But Nosha needs to be careful. It doesn't look like he doesn't fully grasp the duel yet.
In mid.
Okay. UA's in trouble. Pop the Purify is going to be fine. But yeah, going to this, I think you can already see every lane is basically duking it out 1v1 to get that first blood going. Again, these are two teams that have high percentages both in first blood.
But despite that, Aurora have won already from mid to top to bottom. They're pushing back Twisted Minds.
Yeah, everywhere in the map they lost their respective traits and duels, and Twisted Minds really need to tell themselves, like, we cannot afford to lose a lane and go back yet again. So Dominica is actually holding, freezing the minion waves because he knows he can just play around the bushes to surprise Nosha, because that's how Nosha got, surprised in the last trade they had in the gold lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, what is the timing on Obsidia? You know, like how, because usually you look at a couple marksmen. Oh, hold on. Kaloy. Okay, he's out. You look at some of the marksmen, like the Granger, for example. You know you can hit your power spike at these certain items. Same with the Bruno and everything else. But it's like Obsidia, I feel like she's late game eccentric. Edward, he's got many people to deal with. The final shot's going to be used, though. He does escape. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Lansu will pick up the kill anyway. And now Light trying to retreat here, but that might just be a turtle in the hands of Twisted off of that kill of Edward. Unless Demon Kite does something about it. Kaloy takes a shot, but MP will still get the turtle.
Great committal there on the flicker by Lansu. It really makes sure that Twisted Minds will have an advantage, but Aurora were still healthy enough to contest it. MP the King won the turtle though. So typical Sean tactics, playing the Kimi in mid, rushing the Sky Piercer. That is his signature. And look for Twisted Minds to keep racking up kills.
Down in the gold lane, Domin Kite goes for the bold choice to hit the Sky Piercer first, understanding that he has to expedite his power spike ahead of Nosha, so an extra 2 or 3 stacks this early on against the Obsidia should help. And as well, looking at his XP gain, he's like, what, a quarter of a bar ahead from Nosha.
Yeah, he's
so that's still a win on the lower half for Aurora.
Looking at the items now where the gold is at. Yeah, a slight lead here for Dom and Kite. And considering that there's a Sky Piercer on both sides now, that means you're demanding perfection pretty much at this point for execution, because if you give too much kills onto that Kimmy...
Traction Pulse into the combo. They get the Purify out from Yue again, and he'll disengage. So that's a battle spell. That's a resource down for RORA.
Yeah. No flicker committed there on the side of Twisted Minds. Still, the reach advantage of Aurora might prove to be the bane of Twisted Minds later on. But it seems so far the Twisted Minds are playing around the Sicilian very well. It seems like they've scouted Yue well enough. But Yue is still hitting some pretty on-point Sanguine Claws that mess up Twisted Minds just a little bit. That might rack up eventually.
Yep, Yue's positioning is very telling. Even with Demon Kite checking this right flank, his right flank, and Light checking the other, he doesn't want to cross the river. He's keeping himself safe, especially since he does not have a Purify. Turtle spawning in the upper quarter, same spot as the first major objective in this game. A majority presence from Twisted Minds. They're first to the pit here.
Yeah, Turtle's going to be started up. Demon Kite's there this time. Actually, the entire team is for this one. While they clear out mid for Twisted, they'll go ahead and get in position, and now Turtle's held. Rampart dropped down, but MP will be fine. Edward taking a couple shots here. Lansu's going to jump in with the Bravest Fighter. Will take a couple claws. Kaloi jumps in with a Requiem, pushing them back with their fighting. They get pinned down with a heavy spin. Dome and Kite gets a kill, and they'll back off for now. They got 2 bodies from Twisted, and it looks like they're going to be in a position to take this Turtle. RORA pushing them back a little bit further. Lansu alongside Nasha are here. Final slash again as Domikai picks up that one, and they'll force off Nasha and Sean, and they fought for the Turtle, and they got it.
Amazing response by Aurora, dismantling Twisted Minds' front line. It's clear that without Lansu, without MP the King, there's nothing that Aurora has to stop him.
Yeah, the counterplay juggle that Kaloi and MP the King did after Lansu was brought down really low and forced to go back, and Kaloi and MP the King decided to engage for Twisted Minds. That was great, but Aurora's counter engage to that was perfect.
Whoa. Edward jumping in, switch migration again into the Requiem, and he should be taken out
No
from this.
way.
A final slash. Oh, he's still alive. Edward makes it happen. This is what the Arlot has been doing time and time again. How did he survive?
He straight up zeroed them, man. What a play by Edward, and perfect timing and rotation as well by Yue.
That was before he built the Oracle.
Yeah, that was right before that. That was him holding on to the brink. That's pure Festival of Blood, fighter emblem stuff brought out by the Arlot. I almost said something else.
Edward J. the Padap, Mr. Consistent, leading Twisted Minds into a trap. And just like that, Aurora are up 3,000 gold.
Like, is that the fault of the hero Arlot, or is that just because, you know, Obsidia doesn't have that much damage? Because that was a full combo from Kaloi, man.
That was all Edward.
That was all Edward, and maybe slightly unfair hero design.
I mean, again, you know, he didn't even have that much, but right now they're going to go for this mid turret. Lansu already using the Bravest Fighter to keep them off of it, so they get nearly the turret down. But they're going to make their way here down bot. I don't think Light's going to be able to find anything off of that, so it's just Twisted really trying to find ways to keep this game from slipping out of their hands.
Sicilian too good for Aurora. This is why, even though before we saw the pick for Yue, we were already suggesting it. It's that good. They look that comfortable playing around it. All that reach, all that sudden crowd control. Twisted Minds in the sizzle reel that we saw at the start of the day, they did mention that they are susceptible to just getting taken down by veteran instincts, veteran plays that they don't see coming. This is just pure veterancy and comfort by Yue. The positioning, the timing, all perfect for the Sicilian.
Really good instincts and really good mechanics. Have nothing against veteran experience. And now Kaloi gets caught here.
It's going to be used again. Kaloi on the run. Edward's going to jump in. Heavy Spin's going to be able to lock down MP. A final slash going to be used too. They already get the Purify out from Nasha. He's trying to get away, but he has no space. So Rampart cuts him off, but they'll fight anyway. Kaloi does knock up through the spatial, but here's Domeng now firing off Rhapsodies and Sonatas. They'll only get MP out of all of that, but RORA wins that fight.
A little short on the response. I'm sure Aurora wanted to walk away with more, and I don't think losing Yue was part of the short-term planning, but still great recovery. Twisted Minds showing that they still have a little bit of fight.
Yeah, they're still lacking the damage though. Maybe just a little bit more items on the Kimmy, just a little bit more as well for the Obsidia, because even though Nosh is getting some ultimates in, there's also really good tracking by Edward. Every time it looks like Nosh is ready to pop in and go in with the ultimate full blast, Edward shows up with a final slash out of nowhere to mess up the flow of the Obsidia.
Yep, it seems like Twisted Minds are short a Purify. Maybe just one. There's a jump on the Demon Kite. Does not result to anything. The pressure's just too much.
Whoa, too much damage coming out from Yue. MP's got to run. Demon Kite cuts him off, and he'll heavy spin back in. Double kill for Demon Kite. Edward wants to fight under the tier 2. They might just grab this turret and get ready for the next objective here, but easy kills for RORA on that one.
Too much reach. Even though they dive in, they just get blasted. And somehow, it looks like even though they're so up close, Yue can still land a really good Sanguine Claws to get a lot. Kaloi, in fairness to him, he's been getting a lot of the Spatial Migration and Violet Requiem knockups and setups for Twisted Minds. But again, the problem is they just don't have the damage and they get blasted way before they can get a team fight actually going.
And because of the wanton crowd control that RORA has, it seems like just throwing out random nukes allow for Edward to just ruin Twisted Mind's formation. Again, a single Sanguine Claws allows for that Vengeance mark to be reset, and then he can just keep going.
So much synergy here in what we're seeing from RORA's lineup. I'm almost worried if Twisted decides to try to contest this Lord even. 6,000 behind, they just don't really have the damage. You can see right now, Nasha also just got the Haas Claws, so that might help to an extent, but even when he's using the ultimate from the Obsidia, that hunt for bone, and at the same time, the Phantom, the Shadow Meld isn't really doing too much to give him enough space. It's not that much distance that he can gain.
Yeah. We're also reminded, because of all the crowd control that Aurora brings to the table, this is what we call Lancelot on home for this Arlot. He'll always just have someone to use Vengeance on. There's always going to be something resetting the Demon Gaze passive trigger for this Arlot, which is why the Arlot eventually ended up becoming a really perfect pick alongside the Granger for the rush, and then everything built up around it. So yes, it looks like they built around for a Sicilian and Granger, but even the Arlot has so much crowd control to work with that I really want to ask Coach MTB, Coach Dexter, did you guys really think about that? Stack so much crowd control so that Edward can just unleash dash, unleash damage?
I think they did, alongside the two heroes that have unlimited scaling. Literally just more hits on the Granger, more hits on the Sicilian. I'm starting to think, the way Aurora's playing now, that they're up 8K and Edward has been dominating and running through Twisted Minds, maybe Lancelot is Arlot at home. Given this draft, it's just, that's how dominating this Arlot is, and he gets away with so much more. Lord crashes into mid lane, waves sink top and bottom, Twisted Minds. They have to deal with so much coming their way.
How do they make this happen, though, is, again, they have to watch the base turrets worked on. They're not going to go down yet. Maybe on this next wave, they're able to get this mid turret down, but they might just be forced into a fight. They're looking for Kaloi's going to be the one to jump in. Attraction Pulse already used as well. They do hold the turret, but MP is gone. Taken away from the team. There's a Conceal from Light. They're going to force this turret up top. They want to take a base turret down here. Mid lane, still far away to push in. They've got the bottom wave, but RORA still doing work here.
Yeah, every time Twisted Minds engages, when Kaloi goes in, MP the King goes in, a Sanguine Claws is ready for Twisted Minds, that even though they want to help their frontliners, they can't.
Oh, Edward's got the flicker available. They're going to force that Rampart into the tech charge. Kaloi has to get out of there. A final slash is going to be used, and Nasha's gone too. A last-ditch effort from Twisted, trying to defend the base. They go in for it. Lancio still jumping in, though. Maniac. But it's a Maniac for Dome and Kite. And it'll just be MP rolling on out. They've got the cannon minion there. They'll look for the end.
It's over.
Nothing that MP can do, and RORA will get a Maniac and game one in this best of 3.
Just shy of a 10K gold lead. The Northern Lights are first to the board, going to match point.
Perfect drafting by Aurora. Second pick Arlot alongside the Granger, the Grok at third, Sicilian and Nakai to round it off, and Nakai after a Guinevere pick. And again, everything you saw there at the end, setting up for the Arlot to just dash non-stop, damage non-stop. Yes, clearly you could say this was a game won in the draft alone.
Look at that. Again, this one was I don't know. There was no really point where Twisted was able to go ahead and capitalize on the lineup that they brought here, man. I mean, it started from the early game in the lanes. You know, we saw a lot of the early 1v1s happen here, and yeah, it was unfortunate that they just didn't get their footing with this kind of draft.
It's really tough as well because, again, with all of the reach provided, that means Dominic is so happy with everything that he can dish out for the team. And the fact that he was able to win that initial trade between him and the Obsidia,
right?
And then early on already putting in a 500 gold gap, 11-0. He was bulletproof.
That's a KDA of 1100.
Yep.
Nothing. Because I think in addition to him bullying Nosha and winning that gold lane matchup from the early till when they had to leave the lane, everything that Aurora were setting up would be for naught if Dominic did not step up. Because even Yue was getting caught out.
Yeah.
So even from early to mid, Yue had a huge target on his back. So it was up to Dominic to slide between the cracks and give Twisted Minds what was due after all of the crowd control that Aurora was setting up.
Yeah, in the very first MVP highlight, sliding in through the cracks was actually perfect because he had to go past the wall underneath the turret of Aurora topside so that he could freely damage and actually get that double kill early on. And then the rest of the highlights here, yes, you see Dominic getting kills, but then add to that again, every Sanguine Claws that Yue threw out was so useful for Aurora and detrimental to Twisted Minds because every time, again, Kaloy and MP the King would want to set up. Even Lansu, Twisted Minds, you're thinking, yeah, let's go in, let's help them out. They started off the sequence already. Wait, we got crowd controlled and bursted. We have to back off. We can't do anything with your set.
Okay, now looking at the highlights, it's all the more evident why it's so impressive for Dominic to have been the MVP. He was fighting at point blank.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen often as a Granger, and the fact is he did not die.
That's what I was saying, man. Like, he was able to go ahead and fight frontwards sometimes because there was so much crowd control being thrown out that sometimes to clean up those kills or even catch, for example, Kaloy, he would dash forward to get the kill. Or if you notice a lot of his Destinadas and Rhapsodies, they didn't miss too often. They were usually finding the mark, and I wish there was a way to calculate that too, like to see the accuracy of the Destinadas or the Rhapsodies shot off from a Granger anytime a Granger was played, because he was hitting the mark, man, every single time.
I think you could use his KDA as an example. Like, that's the stat right there.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think that's like all the proof and the numbers that you need. The fact that he went 11-0, and yeah, the Skypiercer rush as well to start things off to match the Skypiercer rush of Sean. That helped seal the deal in a lot of the early fights after Dominic got to build that item. Because again, the Granger can do that more safely than the Kimmy. The Kimmy has to get relatively up close within the range of damage of the Sicilian, while Dominic is just like, there's barely anything you can do to me. Even if Lansu gets to him, even if Kaloy, MP the King get to him, RORA is so quick to cover as well. And always, you mentioned with Dominic, he can fight forwards, then they can also fight Edwards. Because Edwards is always going to the, not Edwards, but
fight Edwards.
Yeah, Edward is always going straight to the back line of Twisted Minds to cut through the formation. It can be.
Look at the GPM.
981.
981.
Does that beat OHEMS?
No, I think this is a season high for post-Project Next.
Post-Project Next.
Yeah,
okay.
Post-Project Next, this is a season high, folks. 981 on Dominic, our BPI rich guy, of course. With all that gold, he got a lot of damage dealt. Again, you take the stats you get from Skypiercer procs and you add that to the finishing blow. Look at what this young man has got. Kills and assists, almost 2,000 there alone.
That's crazy, man.
It just kills. He doesn't have an assist.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, my goodness, 981. It's been a while since we've seen a GPM that high.
Yeah, and earlier Lansu in the mic check was saying about how Dominic huge now. I mean, talk about all his muscles. Of course, they used to be teammates together in Manana Evos, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
And it's really crazy to see the growth of Dominic all through these years and all through these seasons. It's been terrific.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to watch Aurora live, they are secured for the playoffs. You can get your tickets now. Head to the MPL Philippines website and join us at the Cuneta Astrodome for the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. Confirmed we have the Superfan City happening right outside. You can get ready for the playoffs because the MPL Festival, that's what it is set to bring superfans a super experience. Join us at the Cuneta Astrodome. It's a historic venue, home of many a Filipino sports and international event alike. It's happening from October 22 to 26. We'll see you there.
I wonder what they're going to have at the, Superfan City. I wonder what kind of activities we'll get to see, and I can't wait to see everybody out there joining us. I guess the only thing on my wish list is I'm hoping we have some nice weather, man, because I feel like for the past, 2 months, it's been raining.
I want some mild sunshine.
Yeah, some mild sunshine.
Nothing like absolutely angry sun. I just want slightly cloudy, nice weather, good wind. Because those festivals can get hot. Like, I got to experience the festival in MPL Indonesia. I think it's really crazy.
It'll be running for a whole week. And these rookies are hoping to make it there as competitors. Here's a quick rookie update. All these stats are overall rankings. In comparison, you have Kaloy, Nosha, Sean, formerly of the MDL, making their debut here in Season 16. And then AP Brand's X-Nova. He's also topping some charts here. Damage per minute, and then damage dealt share. This is odd for a roamer. X-Nova's someone hot to watch this weekend too.
Yeah, that's why, whenever we look at rookies coming into the MPL, it's like, you're going to see where they can improve, obviously, because some of them take some time to go ahead and set in. But, man, talk about a start in a rookie season, especially for the boys for Twisted Minds. That's why, again, when they started the season, it was so impressive to see, and they've maintained some of these stats here. And you could see how aggressive Kaloy was even in the previous game on the Guinevere, man. It's just unfortunate. I almost want to say that maybe things could have been a little bit different if it wasn't an Obsidia, for example, in the gold lane. Like, maybe there would have been a little more damage profile that they could have relied on. Because, again, that is the common thing that I'm seeing from Obsidia players, and the thoughts on Obsidia is it just takes a little bit too much time for her damage to, I feel like, come online.
Yeah, and you could tell that Aurora, it seems like they drafted the Sicilian and the Granger with the mind of, okay, we're expecting them to play Kimmy at the center of the map. And then if we take the Granger away, then there's not a lot. There's barely any gold laners that can match that raw reach and total damage output that a Granger can pump out. So it seems like that's the game plan for Aurora. Beat Twisted Minds with reach, because it seems like you can slowly dissect Twisted Minds through just the slow front to back.
So it's clear that Aurora have this game plan. Coach Master the Basics and Coach Dexstar plan to attack Twisted Minds fundamentals. How do you play well when you're not even fighting well, when you're not joining these fights on your terms? Going into the draft, we are waiting for side selection. We do have an even split now. I think it's getting closer.
Yeah.
51 to 49%.
So it changed 1% from last week.
It's building up.
Yeah.
So where do you think Aurora is going? I think they'll go blue.
You think they'll go blue?
Yeah.
Do they want that Harith?
They can determine a lot of draft. And I feel like Aurora is one of those teams that can just surprise with the first pick as well. They've done that. They could potentially surprise first pick Harith, first pick Fredrin, things like that. I don't want to see first pick Angelus anymore. It's not a hard requirement. You see teams have already started to snuff out the Angela and just say, you know what, we don't need it to show up in the draft.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
Angela might be safe. Second phase, like when the coast is so clear, you don't have to make it like such a big right hook from the first phase anymore.
I wonder if teams are going to start to actually swerve away from the Obsidia for now, or if it's one of the better options that some teams are seeing that could still potentially work. The other hero that we had accessible last week was the Alice, which did it pop up last week? I'm trying to remember.
I don't think it did.
Did it not?
I don't think it did. Yeah,
it hasn't popped up yet.
Yeah, no.
You were just staring at her model in game.
Yes, true. I think a lot of people were, by the way.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame them. They wouldn't be wrong. But here's the thing. I think Obsidia has to wait for the metagame to shift a little bit more, because currently our average game time is 16 minutes. That means for her to reach full return to bone stacks, you would be almost halfway through done with the game. So we're just playing too fast here in MPL Philippines. Quick update, it is blue side for Aurora going into game number 2, and let's highlight the roamer of the week. Week 6, it's Light. He's number 1 in game MVPs, first in assists, first in kill participation, second in average KDA, and 562 GPM second. These are amongst roamers in the league.
Yeah, I think I've been vocal also about how Sean is quickly already my personal rookie of the season. Light, on the other hand, yeah, I think it's fair to say, and I get why everyone in online has already been touting him as the player of the season. If there could be an MVP of the regular season, it's going to be him. His impact after a rough start, his quick improvement, the fact that you can also count on him to pick up something like a chip even out of nowhere, it's so dependable for Aurora.
I'm about 80% there. If they finish at number 1, which is likely going to happen, he gets my vote.
For Rome or
for season MVP?
Season MVP.
Season MVP.
Okay.
That's him. That's my boy.
That's my boy.
I thought Demon Kite was your boy.
They're both my boys.
It's going to be a long conversation. Going to have him later.
Hey, and I think that's one of the main things, though, too. Like, you look at even the last game, man, there wasn't many moments that you could look at in RORA's gameplay in Game 1 where you could say, yeah, they made a mistake there, or yeah, they maybe overstepped here or something like that. There's something about them that syncs so well, and part of that, again, is even Yue. Yue is one of those players. Is he the only one, by the way, that plays the Sicilian right now, currently in Season 16? I know there was a couple last season, but now he's the guy. He is him, like you guys mentioned. And look at these stats here. He's first in average assists, damage per minute, and damage dealt share.
He might be my second pick for MVP of Season 16.
Yeah, it's a very close contention. Has had the highest kill participation score amongst all players in the league. The only one who crossed the 80% mark. The only other mid laner to score a Maniac and a Savage this season. The other one being Sanji. And the least deaths and most assists amongst all mid laners.
Sorry, look at Edward, man.
He's just
chilling.
I missed out on that. I was reading out facts. What did he do?
Everybody was like pinching Yue's cheeks, and Edward's just like literally chilling in his seat, man.
Light was giving Yue a fade. Yue is also number 1 KDA and most bulletproof in Season 16. Think about that.
As a mid laner right now, man.
As a mid laner. Picking our map enhancement for game number 2. We got broken walls in game 1. It was clear that Aurora knew how to play that, and this time we get river expansion.
Can I just say too, for all the mid laners out there, how impressive it is to have that statistic in a meta that was revolved around Lancelot and YSS.
Oh yeah.
Like probably the kryptonite of a lot of mid laners out there. So that's very impressive.
And Hayabusa.
That's why I said, man, that's why mid is one of the hardest roles to use in the game right now, with everything that the meta has shifted to give them a hard time. Which makes it even more so that I wouldn't be surprised if our MVP, after so long, is going to be one of the players in the center of the map, whether the roam or the mid. So, as we head into the draft, Aurora taking out the Baksha means the Lancelot and the YSS priorities are online for them.
And the
Harith. They might also just surprise and go for a Harith rush.
I could see them doing that. I think that's why we have to see if Twisted actually wants to ban it out or not. And maybe just trade it for what they want to go with. Yeah, that's not. So they go with the rock ban.
Respect.
So do you take Harith first pick here? Or do you go and then possible to lose a Lancelot or a YSS, for example?
Twisted Minds is giving Aurora the choice. So they go for the Lancelot, the most popular first pick in the meta right now. So I think Twisted just take the Harith.
Demon Kite has a wild win rate on this. Picked 8 times prior, won 6 with it. So this would be his 9th game on the Lancelot. That's a 75% win rate and counting.
How do you stop that, man? Like, what do you do? What do you do to stop this Lancelot?
I would say Kalia, but they banned it out first. So they set up for this first pick.
Mess up his jungle, make it difficult for him to fight.
If MP ends up on a Hayabusa, he's played a pretty impressive Hayabusa, though. But this is a smart choice. Twisted will go ahead and take the Harith for themselves. That was going to be the trade, especially with that Lancelot being picked up. There it is on the other side. Ranger again in the hands of Doman Kite. And then a Hylos, another hero that Light has been able to do the best on. Honestly, I think he's one of the best, if not the best, Hylos players right now in the league.
Yeah, most pick for Light, highest win rate as well, relative to the amount of games played on it. That is one of his comfort picks. And it's funny because, again, he started off the season with quite a terrible high-loss game. And then suddenly popped off to become one of the best, if not the best high-loss user in Season 16.
Blame it on jet lag.
Yeah.
Even though it's not,
It's an hour difference. Hey, but man, that hour, maybe that explains the delay. I, as someone who flies to Indonesia often, I could attest to that. So I like that they actually picked up the CC here for Twisted Minds, because we saw how difficult the slow front-to-back team fight was for Twisted Minds. So you pick up a strong combination. You have the CC and the Gatan Kaja together that help set up for the Harith. And now, even when Light wants to get vision, there's a risk that, again, Lansu just does the job of every CC player. Throw out the curtain call, as long as it tethers to, you're good, you've done your job.
Yep. Lansu here, pretty confident with his win rate on this 6-4 going into this matchup, the 7th game on CC. Bans coming up in the second phase. They take away Edward's Arlet, which was definitely a menace in game number 1. And here we are. I love how Aurora are respecting that possibility of a second phase Angela.
Yeah. Good ban there. Could have been a surprise. Of course, Angela CC, a terrific combo. But I still think that Twisted Minds is one of those teams that don't give Sean an Angela. That's not for his mechanics. Give him something like a Kagura even later on in the draft if it's going to be available. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of openings for... Wait a minute. No, they can actually still go for Farsa here.
Yep.
A lot of the EXP laners that can easily access the backline are gone, so that's a lot of space provided for Sean on the Farsa. However, that's one of his least picked. If ever, they'd rather pick up the Kagura instead, and they take out the Joy for MP the King. So they want him to play a different assassin if ever that's the route that they're going to go for.
Forcing him on the Hayabusa, which is so easily bonked by this mystical, magical giant centaur man.
Unless he knows something else.
That is the MPL special skin on Lunox, in case y'all are wondering. Again, that's a huge life pool you're looking at the high-lows. Melt that.
Hello.
That's new, right? Little fancy little...
Yeah, we started doing that for the ONIC skins.
Yeah.
Like, they show out the animation.
Okay, so... I don't know. Like, what else could MP play, though? I mean, the Hayabusa, if he gets forced on it, I feel like he's going to be a little bit in trouble unless he's able to finesse his way through it.
I think maybe no assassin. I think they settle for...
Fred?
A Fred, yeah. So Yua can just go... How'd you go Sicilian and get her Kimmy? Oh, there. So they get the Kimmy, which would turn off the Fredrin idea. It is actually quite tough to pull it off in that regard. Edward... Phobius is still open for him if he wants to.
Yeah, dashes and everything else, he might as well. Phobius locked in here. So this is the big question for us to see what MP is going to put in the jungle.
Yeah, the thing is, if he goes Akai here, that's going to be tough to pull off. Fanny, even more difficult. I mean, you have a good catch, but I feel like it's going to be one of those Fanny games where similar to Ryzen, where at one point he's just, just clearing up minion waves.
Oh! This is old school MP! We're throwing back to MPL Cambodia. He won an MPL KH championship by playing Bane in the finals.
And I think this should be a Magic Bane.
I was going to say, is this Magic Bane?
I have had reps, and in the jungle, you want him physical.
Physical?
Yeah.
All right.
Unless, again, MP shows us something else, and it works, then that's something to be studied. But in my opinion, especially even looking at their comp, they need physical.
Yeah, they need physical damage more, and getting Bane and making him magic damage means there's a lot of pressure for you to get your rotations right, that you don't die up until you get your Holy Crystal.
Yes, it's very reactive and passive to play Magic Bane in the jungle. It's okay to do in the gold because you are waiting for a power spike, but we'll see if this experiment pays off. The jungle gambit by MP the King. This was supported by their coaches, Coach Eson and Coach Master.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
If it was prepped, I wonder if this is gonna pay off. Game 2 is match point Twisted Minds up against the ropes.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm so excited that your favorite hero is meta. Technically, I remember my time.
It's bubbling, dog.
It's
It's bubbling. If MP the King wins here, then we might be on the way. It is rocking in pure rage.
Yep.
I wonder what kind of emblem set it is.
This is great too because it's expanding rivers, so he's going to be able to get to where he needs to be rather quickly.
Yeah, rotate fast. If he isn't in time for the turtle or they're not in the right spot, he could go the other side. It looks like it is going to be physical, considering that it is Thrill with the Assassin Emblem set. Because usually if you're going to go Magic, you'd want the Magic set.
The Mage set.
The Mage set, yes.
Okay, so that's telling. We are seeing a quick crossover by Demon Kite already taken away. MP's small camp down bottom.
Taking some damage here too. He's gonna have to work against what Light and Yue can do on this Kimi Hylos combo. But that's one of the good things too about the Linux. You can go ahead and heal up if you need to, take some damage with that Starlight Pulse, but he'll go reset and kind of get back to it.
Yeah, what I like about the draft of Twisted Minds is at the end of game number 1, I was already thinking, Twisted, just accept the fact that more damage quicker wins. And they can get more damage quicker. Again, it's just very dependent on them getting the right rotations and if they can slow down Yue here, because Yue and Light have been so focused on maximizing the gold in the shields. They do this a lot, especially when Yue is on the Kimi, that if Twisted Minds lose their pacing, suddenly their power spike is actually Aurora's power spike, and they'll be surprised. Wait, how come everything that Aurora is throwing at us hurts?
Here we go. About 2 minutes in. Turtle spawning in 5 seconds. I can tell already that there has been a little bit of a lull in MP's rotation because of that early steal by Demon Kite. He spent a good 10-15 seconds doing nothing. Turtle spawns already. Aurora first to the scene.
Yeah, and it looks like they won't be able to take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Twisted can do here. They're just zoned out, and you see MP doesn't have time. Doesn't have enough time to get there. So
twiddling his fingers.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do, man. So first turtle going to the hands of Aurora easily.
Yeah. So great rotations. Of course, the Demon Kite steal, Light, able to hit level 4 way before Kaloy because he was sharing EXP. Well, of course, not sharing EXP. The change to the mechanics. He gets it independently now, the XP and gold, through the EXP lane of Edward. So smart rotations with the roam, mid, and jungle. Again, one of the best things that Aurora does this season. I think one of the first teams to really understand how important it is to have very sharp and precise rotations that give you a lot of resources and take resources away from the opposing team.
If there is something good we can say about Twisted Minds is Lance who's holding this lane down. That was a rotation by Yue, and it led to nothing. If anything, Edward's still getting beat up by the CC.
In the long run, though, you can only get so much wins with giving your opponents less of what they could potentially get. You're gonna need to get something for yourself as well. Okay, there is already a significant gap between the two gold laners, 500 already, and it is another Skypiercer rush for Dominkite's Granger.
This is what he does, though, man. I feel like in majority of Dominkite's games, he's always early game 500, 600 gold ahead of the opposing gold laner, and that's one thing he does really well. He's kind of aggressive in that lane. He's confident enough to go ahead and duke it out against other gold laners.
And that has been the story of Dominkite in Season 16. He's been building his confidence, and his stats tell that story.
Yeah. Considering that the Crab is also on his side, it's a testament to how well he's handling the lane. We've seen many times Harith bully absolutely anyone in lane, so that even though the gold laner that has the Crab on their side, it doesn't feel like it's on their side because that's already being controlled by the opposing gold laner. But Dominkite has just been stellar with managing the lane. If he's not winning it, at least he's keeping things close, that he's holding the Crab.
Okay. So play here, Light. He's going to take some damage. Glorious Pathway on the defense. Pops the Revitalize too. But the Turtle's up. Everyone is going to be joining this fight. Dominkite as well joined this alongside. We're going to see a 5v5. Traction Pulse going to be able to catch Kaloy. He jumps, pops the Revitalize. He's going to go for Light again. They know he doesn't have an ult, so Light falls. First blood in the hands of Lansu. Edward buys some time. Dominkite will get the Turtle. Dominkite jumps on in. But it looks like that's all it's going to be. They trade the objective for another kill for Twisted.
That is 2 for the price of a turtle. What does the math look like, Renmar?
Yeah, that's still going to be Aurora for me, even though they lost to Twisted Minds are starting to get items here. The fact that Dominkite is still getting the objectives means that that is like a slow accruing interest favoring Aurora. And now, though, that's a little bit more info for Aurora that fighting under everything Twisted Minds can throw is actually quite difficult.
He still got it with the body block.
Still got the Crab. Edward actually was one of the major reasons as to why Aurora was able to win that last team fight, because of the attention he was pulling. It actually split the attention of Twisted Minds. They didn't know whether or not to go with the Sharks or stay back and actually bring Edward down. And that slight delay gave a lot of opening for Aurora.
And there's 1,500 change in gold between them. And it's on significant parts of the map. The gold in the jungle. This is a fight waiting to happen.
Oh, Kaloy could be in trouble. Traction Pulse will bring him back. Can't even AOG on out. So a kill now in the hands of RORA plus a turret. These small little wins that they've been finding is giving them that small gold lead.
Aurora has all the initiative. They can pick fights. They can call for rotations. And Twisted Minds can only respond. I'd say when MP the King and Sean are ready, that's the only time they can fight. Light!
Deadliest catch on Light. Pops Revitalize and the pathway will be taken out anyway. So good pickup planned, and they'll do it in the bush there.
I think that's a big heat check. Even though Aurora's lead is getting bigger and bigger, of course, they keep getting objectives. They got the turtles. They finally got their first kill. Twisted Minds' damage is nothing to be scoffed at. Nope. They really have to be careful now when they engage. And now, especially if you're Edward, you're thinking, wait, it really does look like a good opportunity to go in with the Infernal Pursuit. But you're just going to get blasted if you're not careful. Those sharks will actually zone out a lot. So let's see if eventually this will just hit the point where Aurora fight. They have a significant lead, like let's say maybe 4,000 or 5,000 gold, but then they get blasted by what Twisted Minds brings to the table. One of the silver linings is Nausea is getting whooped in lane. You feel the presence of Dominkite significantly more than you feel the presence of the Harith of Nausea.
Yeah, they might force this. Edward leading the charge. Infernal Pursuit. Kaloy's just taking a brunt of the damage. Trying to jump away, but Dominkite will get the kill anyway. And that's the big problem here for Twisted. They really haven't had an answer to deal with Dominkite's aggression even. And as you mentioned, Nausea, he's 2 levels behind even against Dominkite now.
Second time in a row, Kaloy got taken down before he got the AOG out. Edward here, compromising MP's farm.
They're gonna go anyway. Deadliest cast drop down. Edward has to flicker defensively. There's the Zaman force. Edward falls, but the mid turret, it's gonna be worked on, and it goes down. So now all 3 tier 1s fall. Look at the damage again as MP's gonna be able to fall. Kaloy could be next, but finally he's able to jump out with the Avatar of the Guardian, but they lost MP.
All right, it's unfortunate that we caught that tail end of the fight without knowing how MP started in that position. How did he get that close to Aurora? That's not ideal for a Bane.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to manage the front alongside Kaloy, but then he was clearly pulled back by a Traction Pulse. So I think that's what made his positioning look worse, the fact that he got caught by it. Don't think he expected that to be thrown out by you and for it to land in the perfect spot for the Kimmy. Look at the lead between this Granger and the Harith, already up to a Malefic Roar. At this point, there's not going to be much that Twisted Minds can do to deal with this Granger directly. You deal with the Kimmy and Granger by popping Edward and Light quick enough that you still have some uptick on especially the darkness on the Lunox, so that she could just chaos assault over and over again on the Zaman Force, so that when the front line is down, that's when you can take down the backline of Aurora. It's like peeling an onion slowly and you're crying every time you do it.
And Twisted Minds currently are crying. They're down almost 5,000 gold. And just like in the mid game, approaching the late Lord spawned, they have to wait. They have to wait till Aurora allow for them to use the damage that they're farming up to, and I don't think they're even ready. MP the King and Sean, they have to call for this. They have to concede this Lord.
Dude, the Kimmy is such a nuisance. Like, the fact that you can just do that, post up with Light, and Traction Pulse or not, you're enough of a threat, you know, that no one from Twisted can really get in that zone there.
Oh my god. MP's down 2,000 gold. That's how stifled his farm is.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a physical Bane means it isn't going to be as deadly as the Magic Bane with the burst that you have. Of course, you did have to go physical because it is a little bit more sustainable than a Magic Bane that is like a glass cannon. Sean.
Oh, Sean.
No.
He's got the brilliance.
Oh, okay. Brilliance out and no overly aggressive maneuver by Aurora to try and take him down. This could be a tough defense by Twisted Minds, but they do have a strong lineup for counter-engaging. If Aurora slips, then that might be the opening.
Yep, good little bit of damage there, of course, from Demon Kite. Damage check on Kaloy. Whoa, Sean too, quite low. Just from the Thorn Rose. Now Lord's gonna charge in the base turret, down bot. They already got the Holy Shields. Twisted might have to just go for a Hail Mary play here. Zaman Force into the Deadliest Cast, drop down. They'll clear out the Lord. But look at the shots here, Dominkite as well. They just want to get these base turrets. They'll take the mid one down. And they drop down the Glorious Pathway. MP's gone in an instant. And RORA taking down the bottom turret. Twisted with 4 members. They'll just try to defend. I don't think they can actually end the game just yet, though.
Okay, I'm convinced it really is just the innate immobility of a Bane.
Yeah, and it really looked like Twisted Minds were sort of like autopiloting in that scenario. You did not have to lose members there.
All right, they're going to flicker out of UA here. They're trying to hold on to this last base turret. Now Kaloy gets taken out. Lansu on the run.
Over.
He's in trouble. Demon Kite will clear that up. A double for Demon Kite. Even with MP back, does he just throw out the deadliest catch to try to stall him out? But it's just way too much. RORA again in an instant under the 11-minute mark. Will go for the wipeout if they can. But there it is. Game 2 is theirs. Another dominant win for RORA.
The drum bellows as the Northern Lights shine. A flashbang of a win over Twisted Minds.
And they get closer and closer to matching the record of the team that defeated them in the grand finals of season 14. 13-1 is looming, and Aurora is glowing. They are too damn good.
Usual play to Twisted Minds. They tried some things tonight, but it seemed like they are still reeling from their last series that went all the way against Team Liquid.
The Bane, man. I was hoping to see something a little better with that, but I just feel like it got completely shut down.
Needed time. It was too much of a gamble against a team that was as good as Aurora. And Twisted Minds have to figure out how to make it to the playoffs once again. Let's throw over to the stage. Aurora with their hosts, Hans and Odin, with their winners interview.
An incredible series to start week 7. 10 wins in a row. Give it up for your winners, Aurora Gaming! Coach, I'm gonna go with you first. Kasi hindi ko alam kung nababasa mo yung social media, pero a lot of people are saying that you and Coach Dex are the best drafters this season. What do you have to say about that?
I think para sa amin kasi number one, hindi naman ganun ka-importante sa amin na maging best drafter kasi ang mas importante talaga sa amin ngayong season mag-champion. Then pangalawa, I think yung pagiging best drafter siguro hindi lang talaga siya dahil sa akin. Dahil talaga yun sa sa effort ng buong coaching staff, sa effort ng mga players, and sa lahat talaga ng tumutulong sa team kaya namin nagagawa yung ganun.
Coach, that's you, Coach Dexstar, and I assume Khalad as well. I think he's an unsung hero. Khalad, I'm gonna give you your flowers this time. Please give the mic. Give a warm round of applause to Khalad, everyone. Khalad, kasi ang dami ng mga tao na hindi alam kung ano yung ginagawa mo sa team, and yet you're performing so well. What do you do? What do you contribute to this win?
So, basically ako yung nag-review ng games ng kalaban and nagdi-discuss sa team bago yung laban namin. Kung ano yung mga plays or strategies.
O, so yan, para sa lahat ng mga nagtatanong, that's what Khalad's doing.
Malaking ambag ni Khalad sa team, sabi na nga rin ni Coach MTB. And gusto ko din tanungin, Coach, kasi nabanggit mo na nga ang focus nyo this season is to be the champion. Ano ba sa tingin nyo yung nag-lack kayo last season na meron this season?
I think may kulang talaga sa amin last season. Yun siguro yung na-figure out namin, in-improve pa namin, especially sa drafting. I think yun talaga yung isa sa naging priority namin ngayong season. Then sa player, syempre malaki talaga yung naging impact ng pagpasok ni Light. Kaya mas talaga kami ngayon, mas nakakapag-perform kami lalo.
Coach, you were already talking about him. Light, sorry to interrupt your conversation, pero I don't know if you're also reading on social media, pero sobrang daming natuwa nung pumasok ka sa Aurora and you've proven yourself. Playoff bound na kayo. Is there a moment of chill? Parang pwede na ba mag-chill ang Aurora at this point or hindi pa din?
Mas lalo nga ako na-tense kasi tumataas si win streak tapos sobrang dami nag-i-expect before, di ba? Parang wala, parang ganun yan. Ayun, kaya rin siguro nakapag-adjust ako ng maayos dahil talaga sa coaches and sa mga kakampi ko. Kaya ayun, binubuhat nila ako. Kaya thankful ako sa kanila.
Medyo trending ka nga din ngayon, Light, no? Napanood din namin yung podcast mo with Sir Wolf. And anong masasabi mo or reactions mo dun sa mga praises na nakukuha mo from the community?
Thankful naman and nare-recognize, pero yun, isa rin yun sana para magtuloy-tuloy pa and maging consistent.
Light, a lot of people are probably saying, kasi from the previous season, sinasabi nila na buti natalo kami ngayon kasi alam na namin kung ano yung pakiramdam. But for you guys, 10 in a row tong pinapasok nyo ngayon. Is there, some sort of uncertainty or mas buo ba yung loob nyo na kailangan yung protektahan yung win streak na meron kayo ngayon?
Oo, siguro parang kada win, parang yun yung nagbibuild sa amin ng confidence pa para, alam mo yun, sa mga plays namin, ganun. Na kung before, kumbaga may doubt na baka mag-fail, pero ngayon parang, mas nasasabi namin ng strong yung plano, ganun.
Stronger. The plan is definitely right there. Give it up once more for your winners, Aurora Gaming! 10 in a row for the Northern Lights. They have made it once again. Odin, I have to say, early game has been the key for victory para sa Aurora.
Napakagandang simula para sa Week 7 and indeed a clean execution for the Auroras.
With that being said, that quick matchup, we're going to talk quick to our casters.
You know what takes a lot of courage and accountability for a team to say, yeah, last season we were definitely missing something.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people felt that way. Like, again, RORA was a team that generally had really good success, like overall in the season, and then they just kind of fell short there. Well, whatever that was, they've clearly figured that out and come back even stronger, obviously. 10-0 right now? 10 win streak right now they have?
Yeah, 3 more and they matched the record. Another MVP performance for Dom and Kite. Wow. Another bulletproof performance for Dom and Kite. Everything that has been thrown towards Doming, especially after what happened in the M6 World Championship, it seems like he's just taken it in his hands and said, I will shut you all up at one point. And this is it. It's looking like this is the season where Domikite is finally shutting up all the haters. He is just perfect. The positioning, and you can't just pin it all on Domikite as much as you want to really praise the young man. Even he himself says in interviews, I wouldn't be in this spot without my team. And RORA play around Domikite really well. Not just Domikite, around Yue. These two are like the most comfortable backliners in the league today.
Couple more wins and you could give him a mustache with how slick he is. Clearly, call him Dirty Doming and ban away the Harris, ban away the Granger, and he'd still be left with what? A Moskov?
We got a Dirty Dean and now a Dirty Doming.
No, this one's closer to it because he's
oh wait, Sneaky Dean. Sorry, not Dirty Dean.
Sneaky Dean. And it's Clean Dean.
Clean Dean.
Mind you.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting all of it mixed up.
He'll be in action tomorrow, but tonight is all about Domikite. Domikite, wow, what a revelation.
Man, you're right though, Renmar. Like, you look at a lot of these highlights here, and UA provides so much of that because it was here on the Kimmy. Last game it was on the Sicilian, and I just feel like Domikite really knows how to follow up on the crowd control of whatever is being utilized there, and that's why he's able to go ahead and shine so much. And like you said, even the work that Light and Edward do together, where they work synergistically with each other, provides Domikite the space to work with.
And that synergy goes through not just their play, but even in the draft. You'll see Aurora, the farm is spread out evenly. Like, everybody will get what they need. Look at Twisted Minds. It's now dawned on me. I can't believe, well, it was just 11 minutes. We did not mention how they are so farm and EXP hungry. That's the triple core setup. Yeah. They need too much time. They need too much resources on the map to even get them going.
Which is why I was thinking, why the Lunox? I feel like with everything that Aurora does with their front line, with Phobius, with the high loss, where was the Kagura? I was like, it wasn't banned out.
Yeah.
And we know how comfortable Twisted Minds are with Sean playing a pick-off hero like that. It does something slightly similar to what the Lunox does, which is a sheer raw burst very close to the face. But compared to the Lunox, you don't have to stay as long close to the danger zone. You pop in your umbrella and you're out. And then you just wait to see if the rest of the team can help you out with that. But I think it was clear what happened as well. One of the reasons why this went completely out of hand for Twisted Minds, Nausea was just straight up beat in lane by Domikite.
Yeah, there was almost a 5,000 gold difference between them, but also you have to note here, this wasn't the 11-0 game that Domikite had in the previous one, but he did basically 47,000 damage here. The previous one, he did 51,000, man. So, and you can see his GPM's a little bit different here too, but that's the thing. It's consistent throughout. Like, Domikite is able to go ahead and pop off in the lane just there, but then it transitions to the game as it go to the mid to late game, and that's what's such highlighted here from Dominkite.
Just 2 gold shy of breaking the 900 gold per minute threshold. He is once again our BPI rich guy. We say this all the time. He literally just loaded the game. He's playing with the same momentum he had in game 1.
Yep.
I feel like I suddenly have this theory based off of what Coach MTB said. He did acknowledge earlier on the season that their experience with Aurora, Turquía, and MSC helped grow Coach MTB and Coach Dexstar into the form that they are in now, that they learned a lot of things from the Aurora Turquía squad. And I feel like that's one of the things that they've lashed on for this season. The simple idea of, if you have 1 or 2 key pieces, don't change it. Stick with it and build with it over and over again.
Even without their boys, the coaches have figured stuff out and brought it back to MPL Philippines. Now, a quick reminder that you can celebrate ONIC's victory in M6. The Joy ONIC PH pass will be available. It's still in the game, so you can get the starter pass, which includes the M6 Championship skin Joy, featuring ONIC PH, and more exclusive in-game items. Join Joy using the ONIC PH skin and get on your way to your own road to champion. It has its partner with it, the Finals MVP skin, Beatrix Skyforce Maverick. It's available now. I'm not so sure if the sale is still there, but you can get it if you don't have it yet. The M6 Finals MVP, Kelra, added a personal touch, having his son's name Slake on the midriff of Beatrix's outfit. So get to it now. Use Beatrix's Skyforce Maverick and claim your own MVP.
I got both of them. Actually, just this last week. Beautiful skins. Unfortunately, I'm not much of a Joy player, or Beatrix, but I got them anyway. Collectors.
Yeah, it does not make you stronger as a Joy. You still really have to practice it before you use it. I learned that the hard way. And there's something about those 2 skins. Everyone keeps going after you, but at least you look good while doing it. But stop bullying the people with the ONIC skins. Why? You don't need to.
It's so eye-catching. You're literally a threat magnet.
No, that's true. Like,
everybody wants to take you down.
Yeah,
it's the drip.
You don't want to get out-sigma'd and out-aura'd by those skins, man.
I think this is what the kids say, on fleek.
Do they still say that? Is it still a thing?
I don't say it.
I don't say it.
On God, I don't know.
No, I ain't capping.
Bet.
I ain't capping.
A bunch of people just turned on over to the Filipino broadcast.
They'll get worse things over there. They'll get SA.
Yes.
That's true.
That's true.
They'll get a few other things I'm not allowed to say here on the stream. So,
hey, just get the skins while you guys can. They last for a while. I know what's cool too is like you can also gift. Like once you purchase them,
you can get it for others.
You can get it for others.
Oh.
So if you did think about gifting them to your friends, your family, maybe to us, if you want to.
Your bros?
Yeah, we'd appreciate it. Well, I already have it, so.
Yeah. Again, a quick recap. That is a sweep by Aurora. We hope Twisted Minds figure something out because they still need to win games to be able to secure themselves a playoff spot. Once again, it has been the We Bear Bros bringing you the action. We have one more match coming your way. But for now, let's go ahead and listen to the mic check. This will be a little insight, and then after this, it'll be Wolf breaking down the keys to victory. We'll see you on the other side.
No, siya, pre. Purify mo siya, pre. Nagpating na, pre. Palalay sa akin.
Buhay pa si Ed, ha, pre. Tingin.
Lanso, pre.
Lanso.
Wala,
okay na.
Okay lang. Nakuha silang hero sa atin.
Okay. Si Galoy.
Low HP Lunox.
Okay, basag lang, pre. Yan nyo sila.
Walang tali.
Huwag kayo mailang.
Ayun ako sa Lunox, ha.
Bain.
Nangat ka. Uli, Brad. Tower. Bot.
Nice, we.
Nice, D. Tumali ulit. Tumali na.
Ay, sa Galoy, walang tonto, bro.
Galay. Lanso, walang dash. Patay ata Lunox kay ano? Tara. Double. May wave sa bot.
May latag.
Imposit ha. Yung Lunox, nasa ko. Patay. Patay niyan. Ito pa. No siya. No shot.
Wala, pre. Ayaw niya.
Ayaw, Brad.
GG boys, nice game. GG boys.
You know, I've seen a lot of ML games. I've seen a lot of ML teams. Ito na yata ang pinakamalakas na team na nakita ko in the early game, especially in MPL PH history. Napakalinis. At narinig nyo naman dun sa mic check ng Aurora na kalmadong-kalmado lang sila.
just like any other day ng kanilang performance. Ang Aurora, ang pinaka nakakatakot na team ngayon. Saktong-sakto yung kalakasan nila sa early game sa pagkontra nila dito sa Twisted Minds. If we look back dun sa keys to victory, sobrang related niya dun sa early game performance ng Aurora. They have to punish yung dependence ng Twisted Minds when it comes to their mid-gold duo scale setup. Nakita natin game number 1, Obsidia plus the Kimi with just MP the King utilizing this utility jungler na parang siya lang yung pangtawid dun sa early game. Pero when it comes to actual DPS, ang kanilang inaasahan is this Kimi plus this Obsidia. But that didn't happen dahil na-punish na naman siya ng early game ng Aurora. And when it comes to the gold lane, we talked about how important it is na ma-outpace nitong sinosya si Doming. Kahit unfortunately, it did not happen because of the gold lane choices na rin. When it comes to the draft, when it comes to the rotations, at mismong sa galing ni Doming kahit sa 1v1 scenario in this roam roll, hindi nakahingat, hindi nakaporma ang Twisted Minds. Unfortunately, hindi sila tumagos ngayong araw. RORA is very scary. Dino kaya ang makakatalo sa team na to? I'm really not finding anyone mula dito sa MPL PH S16 unless masolve na mga teams natin ng early game ng RORA. Mukhang dire-diretso na ang momentum na to para sa Northern Lights. Yan po ating series number 1, but we still have a very exciting match. Ang Falcons na losing streak at talagang do or die na ay kakaharapin ang ONIC Philippines. Abangan natin yan sa pagbabalik ng MPL PH Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming bosses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, crowd and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to, dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pinas malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the free stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
Konnichiwa minasan to all of our Japanese fans watching from all over the world. You're watching MPL Philippines Season 16, Week 7, Day 1. It's the final match to close off tonight. At your service, my name is Leo here with Naisu and Renmar Santa Cruz. We Bear Bros calling this next match. But first, let's take a good, hard look at the match that first elapsed. We witnessed a sweep by Aurora.
Yeah, it was a dominant one too. Quick games, actually.
Unexpected. I didn't expect to see Twisted Minds look that weak, but Aurora are just that strong.
We would like to thank Smart. More data, more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM. Smart.
The simply reliable telco partner of the MPL, victories you can count on.
It's a little tricky how Aurora actually did that, because I'm also just as flummoxed as everyone watching, all of the fans, all the minds, all of the Northern Lights watching, but despite that, I think it was a tasty win, just like Nor. It's a marinade seasoning for everything. As well, we would like to let you all know that MPL Philippines C16 is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. All right, let's get up to business.
We're up, man. I just, I think that's the main thing. If you guys missed the last match, it was so quick. But RORA getting the sweep. But now we get to go ahead and bring our focus here, man.
Almost got out of hand.
It did. It actually did.
I will say this. It was completely out of hand with how fast Aurora were able to take those games. It was violent. It was a lot of more adjectives that I'm forgetting the words for. But it was like a horror movie. If you were a Twisted Minds fan. If you were a RORA fan, I was like, oh, yeah, that's good for us. But it was not good for the Minds. Not at all.
Not at all, man.
Something is up with them. I think it's something that has plagued them. Yeah, it's something that plagued them for the later half of the season, because they dropped really hard, ladies and gentlemen. They were once at number 1, where Aurora is now sitting with their playoff spot secured and almost an upper bracket berth into the playoffs. But tonight, coming up next, you'll see in action Team Falcons, ranked 8 in Season 16, going up against a strong number 3 in ONIC PH.
Yeah, this one is going to be an interesting one, I think, for all the people that are a part of the nest. You know, all the Team Falcons people out there. They know that this is kind of a weird territory and a weird position to be in when you see Team Falcons, how much they've struggled this season alone. They've done a couple iterations even of their roster. I mean, we came into the season talking about how long these guys have played together up to a point, but just something isn't clicking with Team Falcons. And all the way up to now, Week 7, it still hasn't been solved. So maybe we find that out today.
Yeah, they can't close it out. Team Falcons actually is in a pretty frustrating streak for them. Because the last 6 series they played all went to 3 games. The last time they were swept this season was by this team, ONIC Philippines. Maybe this will be the beginning of a turnaround for Falcons, but we said that the last time they won, with it looks like Kirk coming back into the fold after ONIC having a difficult week 6. I think it's going to be a really tough game for the Falcons.
Folks, just to be clear, it does seem like elimination is inevitable, but Falcons are not out just yet. The Superfams stand in their way, and this could be a matchup for the ages. We could remember this moment in case Falcons do make the miracle run.
Yep.
It's Heralds versus Remnants of an era. For a good chunk of time, Falcons were on top of the world.
Yeah, they were. They went on a world tour, essentially, you know, at one point, and, you know, they were touted a lot into the Titans matchup, you know, between TLPH and everything else. And I feel like, again, it's something that they obviously have this lasting legacy, I feel like, but when you look at really how Team Falcons has been playing, it's more so, you know, how can they take all that experience, all that veterancy, this legend of theirs, so to speak, and everything they've accomplished, and bring it back into the current developing season and meta that we're seeing, because that's where the struggle is here.
Yeah, if at one point the roster that makes up Team Falcons today proved just how strong teams from the Philippines are, I think it's like the natural evolution for teams who excel in the Philippines and succeed internationally. When they come back, they will all hit that point of realizing just how difficult it is to maintain championship status in the Philippines. Despite them representing the country and getting gold medals, despite them being the first ever 2-time world champions with the roster that they have, winning Season 12, and outside of this canon, other third-party tournaments as well being their last big success. It's just the natural trajectory for teams in the Philippines. It's tough to keep succeeding.
And for all of the nest and these boys on screen, you can see how they're jovial. You can still see how they're kind of jolly still. But for them to avoid elimination, they have to win this match. And it's as simple as if they lose, they are eliminated from playoffs contention.
Yeah, you can see, you know, they're trying to keep the spirits high. I think that's actually a good thing. Again, even with this elimination scenario here for Team Falcons, I think it would be better if they go into this matchup really just focusing one game at a time, starting with game 1, of course, the draft and everything else, and really nailing down the execution, man. I feel like that's where the struggle has been. And if they're too wrapped up around the fact that, oh my goodness, if we lose this, we're out of contention, that could be the trouble. And here, this is their opponents. Look at that, by the way. They got a custom... Whoa, is that a custom? What do you?
It's a custom little Funko Pop-esque figurine.
Yeah.
And a custom light-up picture frame. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all inviting you to watch the... join the watch parties of ONIC Philippines. Shout out sa lahat ng nasa watch party. It's happening all across the metro here. This week, it's in these cities. And... you can also watch other matches, apparently.
There's a lot of watch parties.
Yeah, it's for all of the matches that have ONIC PH.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's across multiple municipalities and cities within Metro Manila.
Yeah.
And wait, no, some of them are even outside of Metro Manila.
It's just everywhere, dog.
It's just everywhere. The watch parties of ONIC PH are growing.
It's just everywhere. Like, just if you're from any of these spots in the Philippines, I can tell you that much. They're in the Philippines.
I wonder if that meant they're selling that, by the way. Like the Funko Pop and the light up thing. I wonder if they're like selling that or something.
Yeah, is it available for purchase? Is it just for us? What's going to happen?
I'd put that in my room.
Pretty sure it'd be at a premium.
Yeah.
Given how custom it looks, you know, how specific. That's a little. What was that? A little hedge. A little.
Yeah, little Sonic guy.
A little porcupine.
Little porcupine.
It is a porcupine, canonically.
Folks, it's our turn to ask you questions. This is the community poll for this matchup. Who will enter the upper bracket playoffs first? Is it Aurora or ONIC or Team Liquid Philippines? These are currently the top 3 teams, and it's only Aurora who is secured.
That's close enough. That's mine. I'm going with A, man.
Yeah, A. Like RORA is already there, so it's really just between ONIC and TLPH, right?
That's an A.
because they're already in the upper bracket.
Are they confirmed?
Like locked in?
Oh yeah,
Locked
we're not confirming
Yes.
that
They're
they're
not
top
locked in
2.
yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
RORA.
based off the
Say RORA.
statistics, and the way they've been playing,
Yeah,
and
RORA.
just
RORA.
even right. I'm sure chat
Statistically, I think it's RORA, but there might be some wild and rabid Sonics and members of the cavalry in the chat. So this is your chance, all right? Keep it positive, keep it civil, because again, any 3 of these could possibly be the correct answer. Again, once again, who's going to go into the upper bracket first in the playoffs? RORA, ONIC, or TPH? Sound off in the comments below. For now, we're about to welcome these 2 teams. Again, Falcons walking in with a hope, a glimmer of a chance to make it through the next stage. Or if not, they'll just play the best damn MLBB they've played all season long, going up against a super fam who is actually looking to recover. They actually... We failed to mention, they lost a weird sweep against AP Bren last week.
Yeah, that was a big curveball.
Ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Put your hands together for Team Falcons PH and ONIC PH making their way into the arena.
There is still time for the Falcons to spread their wings. Here's Super Marco, Ogwin, Few, Kyle Teasy, and Flop Teasy. Team Falcons! The climb up the playoffs ladder continues for the Sonics. Welcome, Kelra, Brusco, Super Friends, King Kong, and Kirk. They are the reigning champions of the world, ONIC Philippines! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches. For Team Falcons, Coach Trevor. For ONIC Philippines, Coach Why Not? Sonics and Falcons Nest, I want to hear you scream!
Making their way on stage, it's Team Falcons PH.
Yep, I'll take this one, Renmar. You know, it's been rough for Team Falcons, and I feel like even when you look at this, yes, Flap Teasy's going to be in the XP lane here for this one, and might as well go with the guys that made it all happen, you know, back when they started their whole world tour before became champions of the world and everything else, and hopefully they can dig deep into that and bring it out here against the current world champions, because that is a tough task ahead of them with the way that things have been going.
And tonight it looks like it's ONIC time.
ONIC time. Of course, the last time they faced off, ONIC did sweep Falcons. But after defeating Team Liquid Philippines 2-1 in Week 5, ONIC has lost both their series in Week 6. 2-1 against Aurora, and then that odd sweep against AP Bren. The trend for ONIC continues, just finding consistency at the center of the map, finding consistency in draft, and finding consistency through EXP lane performances. They've been going through odd swaps between Kirk and Ryota. Last week is Ryota, now Kirk is back into the table again. Does that mean they prepared a new pick for EXP? Does that mean they've prepared a new rotation? I can't wait to see what they execute in-game to answer those questions.
Going into this bout against Team Falcons, you have to consider that even if ONIC do have an inconsistent performance in the later half of Season 16, they are still topping charts. Specifically, I'm looking at King Kong. Lord Control for the Sigma Beast has actually been pretty good. He's currently number 3. And here's what's weird. Talking about stats, for a team at number 8, Team Falcons, Kyle Teasy is still on top. Even better than King Kong. He's number 2, Lord Control.
Yeah, it's, again, it feels like, though, when you look at Team Falcons, the way that they've been playing, they're individually doing pretty good things in their roles, in their lanes. But when it comes to that, like what makes everything work, it's the synergy. And if you look at RORA and why they've been so successful, it's because their synergy working together as a team, and they do great things in their roles. But that's what's been lacking from Team Falcons, which is so weird to say, because like they were all about synergy and cohesiveness before.
Yeah, and it seems like the biggest problems of these two teams are actually a mirror of one another. Their problems at the center of the map and their problems at the EXP lane, while their gold laners are showing up and being dependable, with Super Marco, of course, having a higher bounty kill board under his hands, while Kelra sort of flies under the radar stats-wise.
That's right. In Season 16, Super Marco is number 2 total kills overall. Let's listen to the smart 5G ping test right now.
Lagi na lang umuulan, lagi na lang nabobokya. Gusto ko sa uling tungtong natin sa stage na to, maganda mapakita natin. What you think is what you get. Kaya kung iniisip mo, ganito lang tayo, pre. Kung ano ang finifeed mo sa utak mo, yun ang mangyayari sa'yo. Tama ba? Kaya think positive lang, guys. Gilingin lang natin, guys. Konting giling lang. Giling. Giling mo ang baba. Message ko kay Kirk. Gilingan niya, guys. Gilingan nila, lalo na sa playoffs. Try namin abutin ang playoffs, guys. If nothing will, who will? Wawa will.
Ano daw message mo? Ako message ko, galingan namin kasi gagalingan daw ni Mitsu. Oh, ni Bruce ko pa. Ano ka? Half Japanese, half Korean. Oh! Guys, si Bruce ko, sabi niya half Japanese, half Italian daw siya. Bad boy, half bad boy. Good luck sa atin, Falcons. Relapse time, no oras na ba? Ano yun? Pang 2 AM yun eh. Relapse time. Broken walls ako. Favorite map ko yun eh. Broken heart. Huwag ka munang
All right, did Kirk say Brusco was half Japanese, half bad boy?
Yeah.
Did he say Italian though?
He corrected himself. Yeah, it was originally Italian, but then he corrected himself and confirmed he is half bad boy.
Half bad boy. Man,
which
no
half?
wonder. Which half?
I think that's somewhere in Southeast Asia.
I'm pretty sure there are no bad boy countries in Southeast Asia, so
No, there could be.
we don't know.
How could you say that as a Filipino? But
Yeah, aren't you a bad boy?
I'm not. I'm a very good boy. We'll have to ask Brusco about that, or Kirk, in case he was capping. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix via Wolves, The Howl.
He's a bad boy.
Welcome to the Howl. Ang nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. Falcons versus ONIC, do or die na to para sa Falcons. In fact, all of their matches, do or die na talaga. And for them to start against ONIC, what they need to do is to shut down si Super Prince in the early game. I have observed na kapag si Super Prince ay hindi nakakahinga, nahihirapan ng ONIC Philippines overall. So they can do this via the draft o kaya naman dun sa kanilang mga rotations. Makikita natin na pwedeng i-abuse to ng side ng Falcons, but it will not be easy. Also, kailangan nila mag-turn dun sa heroes when it comes to the first turtle. Ang ibig sabihin ng hero turn ay i-go yung mga heroes instead na i-prioritize ang objectives. Kukuha sila ng team fight via the draft o kaya naman dun sa kanilang rotations. And the idea is they have to team fight and focus on heroes in the first turtle. Para naman sa ONIC Philippines, kailangan nilang i-punish yung tendencies ng Falcons na mag-rely sa DPS only on one source in the late game. Yun yung kay Super Marco na nakikita natin siya talaga yung nagiging carry ng side ng Falcons. This is something that ONIC Philippines should punish at constant vision and the river control. Vision control and river control can stop Falcons pick of plans in the early game. There was a time na ang Falcons ay naging successful sa second leg natin at nagbase sila dun sa kanilang mga pick of strategy. But if ONIC Philippines controls the river as well as the vision around those parts, mahirapan dito ang Falcons na makahanap ng pick up. Yan po ang ating bakbakan. Tingnan natin kung mananalo nga ba ang Falcons ngayon. Back to the casters.
1 point each I want to focus on. Hero turn in the first turtle might be the better option for Team Falcons. There's been a running joke about how if Flapteasy ends up with an Arlot, expect him to miss the first final slash, which usually happens at the first turtle. But then that's because it seems like they're focusing a bit too much on the objective. Yes, that's good, but I feel like they can do a little bit more with bringing the heroes of ONIC down low first before going for the full commit. While for ONIC Philippines, constant vision and river control stops Falcons' early game plans. They are at this point where if Falcons is uncomfortable, just give the game already to their opponents. They want the control, and if they don't have it, they scramble, they lost, they lose themselves, and they just lose the tempo.
This seems to be how Falcons want to get that comfort, find their footing, draft from red. That is Coach Treb's choice going into this first game. Those are your thoughts on Falcons here going into the match, because again, all eyes are on them.
I think a big part of it is we see a lot of these games right now, especially post-patch for Project Next, being decided on the draft, you know, and that's kind of always been the case, but I feel like some teams, they can play into a certain style that they want to. I think for Team Falcons, I don't know, man, we've been seeing a whole lot of utility from them, like utility jungler on the hands of Kyle Teasy, which traditionally could work really well, but I think, I don't know if he's just going to go and opt for a utility jungler again, and then they want to play into Super Marco, because they're getting Mr. Clouds here for game 1.
Mr. Clouds, this is a clear sign that maybe Gold is going to be happy, and quick rotations, heal up, go back out in the jungle. You can afford those things. I will go the opposite direction. I don't want a utility pick on Kyle, but who am I to say, right? It's just my honest opinion as an armchair analyst. Much like our folks watching at home, you can go on social media, talk about it in the MPL PH groups. Just like how in the Keys to Victory, they should be able to trade for that first hurdle, turn it into a full-on hero fight, put an assassin on Kyle. They can afford to lose turtle control. They've been winning turtle and lord control all season long.
Yeah, I think...
And it's not paying off.
It's not paying off, so... I don't know, when was the last time Kyle played an assassin, though? I feel like all we've seen him do is the utility picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part, because if Kyle Teasy doesn't end up with an assassin, then that means they're a little bit more confident with fighting. If they end up with an assassin, they're overly confident, and then they completely lose everything. Which is why this Arlott pickup rushed by ONIC is perplexing to me. Yes, it's a Flap Teasy favorite.
Yep.
They take out the Phoveus, they have the Arlott with them. But with the Phoveus gone, what's stopping Super Marco from rushing a Harith now at this point? And then later on, just making sure they have range to match what will be an eventual... Granger pick rush suddenly for Caldera later on alongside the jungle pick for King Kong?
I like the Harith because that allows for Kyle to pick into the second phase and still be flexible with it. Because already the Harith is such a big threat magnet that Kyle can slip under the cracks. Who are we to say that Kyle can't bring out an old favorite, like if say the Hayabusa gets cracked down on? Dare I say like a Nolan? We've all been mentioning... all right, never mind.
This is like this
theory out the window.
Yeah, it's out the window. And I don't know. I can feel the sentiments of a lot of people that have been rooting for Team Falcons to go ahead and see if they can go off that utility jungler route. But even so, it's like that might just be one small piece to the puzzle of what has been the thorn in the side of Team Falcons here.
But you're asking when the last time he played was an assassin was last week against Omega. He had a Hayabusa. They lost.
Yeah.
Seems like you are actually seeing Super Friends being much more active and hands-on in the draft. I think I'm seeing a lot of conversations between him and Coach Why Not mainly, while Super Friends was actually checking on King Kong whether or not he'd be okay with the Yi Senshin pick.
Wasn't that noted that Super Friends was very involved? Like even was it last season or seasons ago?
Yeah, I mean, he is the team captain for a reason, but I think this is one of those rare times that we actually see him like this is the most locked in I've seen Super Friends in a draft.
And it makes sense because again, they are coming from quite the rut. Last weekend, they got swept by AP Brent, so ONIC PH want to get back on track. They put the Yi Senshin on King Kong, who's currently #1 GPM average all throughout Season 16, so he's going to farm his mind out. Team Falcons locking a solid frontliner once more, putting the Lapu Lapu into the hands of Flap Teasy. So yeah, safe to say the Kimmy has great, well, not backup, front up, could you say that?
Yeah.
He's a good front line.
Yeah, very good front line, and because of that, you'd want to take out one more strong frontline option that Falcons can pick for. ONIC needs to consider banning out the Grok, take it away from the hands of Ogun. That is one of the comfort picks that he wants to play into, and that would prove a very solid frontline alongside the Lapu and Fredrin to support the Kimmy and what could be an eventual golden. Hey, it's Pando's back!
It's Panda.
That's Vincent and Nina.
That's Vincent and Nina. Mr. Pando. Hope he's well. Kind of miss seeing him play, man.
That is the other Unigo, the XP lane and roamer extraordinaire. This right here is King Kong's parents. His family is in the building. The Harith gets banned out, and of course the chip. It's odd that both gold laners aren't in yet.
Yeah, which means we're going to see probably a contest for the Granger and
the Moskov.
I wonder if one of these teams will still decide to go ahead and try the Obsidian, man. If the teams are still going to be going and trying that out. But maybe don't risk it. Granger's great. Since the Harith is banned out, you obviously have the Moskov there too.
Yeah. So at this point, just go for a reach if you're Falcons, while you force Super Friends to go into something like a Farsa later on if they want to match the reach. Or this would still be an okay time for them to reconsider picking up a low Yi yet again, although it didn't work out for them last week. Could be fine. Besides the Grok, you also have to watch out a high loss, which should help hold down the front line very well for Falcons, considering that it will be packing Revitalize, and that will help the Lapu-Lapu and Fredrin out a lot.
This is an interesting Red 5 ban for Falcons. They're not sold that the Arlet is going into the EXP lane.
Yeah, they're considering that it still could be flexed by Bruce. Wait, are they considering? Wait, what are they considering for Arlod?
Yeah,
that was odd.
There's also a got shot, right?
Yeah.
So
that should confirm it.
You know, there was something I faced in my RG.
Gold lane CC.
Yeah, okay. Gold lane. Oh yeah, the gold lane CC
because the
would have been an option.
Yeah.
All right, we got turned there.
Yeah, all right.
We got flexed.
I was thinking of something crazier, but I'll play it later. So with Granger, then most likely Moskov, unless ONIC would be okay with Bruns picking up an Aerithel, but no, gold lane Bane for Kelra, and an Angela last pick. I am okay with this.
Super Friends!
It fits Super Friends.
Look at the smile
Angela
on Fritz Ramirez's face.
Yeah.
He orchestrated this.
It fits him, the playstyle of ONIC. It allows Super Friends to call the shots and command from afar while he's managing the side lanes, while he's playing from behind the tower. Suddenly, he'll just show up with whomever, most likely Kelra, most likely King Kong, and you could even put the hard guard on Kirk, and it would be equally devastating.
And I like that it's going in the hands of Super Friends, because so far, Angela hasn't proven to be super successful yet, you know, especially when it's parked in the mid laner's hands. There's the answer, though. If Franco is also going to be picked up now for Team Falcons to round this up. If you look at the lineup Team Falcons has, man, their front and their back lines should be covered really well. And every time we have seen Team Falcons have success, it's when you can allow Super Marco that space to work and get things done in the Granger. So this lineup should do that, I feel like, for Team Falcons.
It's less pressure on the Bulletproof to just be a one-man carry, a tent pole for the team, because you have few on a DPS hero and you have an all-reliable front line. Again, 3 solid heroes to set up for Falcons' comeback. While ONIC, it's quite experimental, but they still ended up with a fighter, quote-unquote, in the gold. And then Angela, still weeks after the many losses that Angela drafts have caused in the league. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. It's a contest
to
between
Mobile
RPH
Legends.
and Falcons. Both teams looking to recover. Falcons playing a little more conservative. I like it, though. This is the change I think Falcons needed.
Yeah, a little bit crazier in the draft is ONIC Philippines, that the stability that Falcons brought to this game number 1 might serve them well, but then again, everything changes when you have a magic Bane that just throws out the sharks and can suddenly burst you, even with just a holy crystal under his belt. So, interesting start there. Like, Ogun was just standing right beside the purple buff. I thought he'd be more eager to like get vision, go out, but he just decided to stick beside Kyle for a reason.
He's just chilling, man.
Yeah.
I think it looks like they want to go ahead and do they get towards the purple buff? I mean,
that's an early cross for Kyle.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, they don't get to invade because Super Friends was there
But he's
providing
there.
info. They're there. They could annoy King Kong a bit.
Okay.
There we go.
Successful.
Ooh, I thought he would commit the flicker so there would actually be a full reset, but he decided to go against it. I think those were one of the scenarios he could have actually just gone for the flicker and would have delayed the YSS even further, because that hook actually didn't delay him that much.
Yeah, maybe in his mind it just wasn't fully worth it, but yeah, he's doing a lot of protecting right now to kind of go ahead and allow Kyle TZ to have this the jungle path he's looking for. So King Kong will go ahead and grab that, and they'll get back to it.
Amazing response here by King Kong to the early annoying rotations by Ogwin. This proves why he deserves to be #1 gold per minute average. Nothing can stop the beast from his prey. Flapped Easy here tries to pull out this XP crab. Oh, these big frontliners. This is about to be a big fight.
Oh, unless all this for the first turtle of the game going to be started up. Again, both runners just kind of standing off here because they don't have the level 4, but they're going to force a fight anyway. Mount Shocker was used. Kirk will get the first blood, and King Kong gets the turtle. Oh no, a double for Kirk. They go under the turret. A hook falls, but it's a triple. It's a maniac for Kirk under the 2.5-minute mark.
Already! And that was perfect timing again. This is the playstyle of Super Friends. Watch from afar, and then he'll show up just when you need him. It set up the R-Lot perfectly. Again, that's one of the conditions we put onto the table. We're playing around this Angela for this early game. It's like having an Angela CC, except it's like really more devastating. Another question, why was Falcons way too focused on that turtle?
I was just going to say, man, Kirk getting that maniac, getting the 4-0 ahead of Flap TZ's Lapu Lapu, basically makes the job for Flap even that much harder now.
I'm not usually one to say you should have done this, but given their lineup, given the 3 heroes that were near the turtle, they should have just delayed. They could.
Yep.
That's how chunky those dudes are. But then again, here we are, 2,000 gold up for ONIC. That's what they gained with that first turtle and these 4 free kills on Kirk. I'm pretty sure he missed playing.
Yeah, the moment KyleTzy dashed into the turtle pit, I was already scratching my head. The moment Ogwen and Few also joined him under there, it's like, why?
Let's all do this together.
He's like, okay, you all decide to go die on this hill, but why?
Mass hysteria.
Yeah.
Folie à deux.
They just follow each other. And
we die as one.
You know what? It's not too late. KyleTzy here trying to catch King Kong. Put up damage.
There's the hook. Iron Hook's going to land on Super Prince. They'll get 1 kill, but they're going to have to trade it out for Kyle as Brusco picks up a kill himself. So the 1-for-1 trade, but still, you know, was that worth it? Was that worth the play there for Team Falcons?
Then you take a trade of your jungler for the opposing mid laner. Okay, they'll sort of balance it out by starting the leash for KyleTzy already. So he should still be somewhat up to speed, but at this point, King Kong is unstopped.
King Kong's just gonna keep going. Oh my God! The flicker!
That's what I would call the deadliest catch. Big damn, but the fight for the second turtle. Brusco, in front of it all, they're gonna fight for it. Kirk has the hard guard. KyleTzy will be able to get the turtle. A final slash again. They've got nowhere to run. Ogwen has to flicker out defensively. And now KyleTzy going to be in trouble. Mount Shocker going to be used. He's crowd controlled for days. Another kill. ONIC doesn't care. They're going to go for Flap next, and he has to burn the flicker to survive.
All right, so much happened after the sequence up top. And they're not stopping.
Flap jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. He will get a flicker out from Super Prince. A couple shots from Super Marco. Ogwen collapses back down. They already used the Bloody Hunt. But now Kirk trying to get out of this. He's in trouble too. They're going to go for it. There's the jump from Brusco. The flying cloud from Kyle. He uses the retribution to chase down Kirk, but a great deadliest catch. But an Iron Hook will bring Brusco back for the fight, and he can't escape this one. Team Falcons worked for it, and at least they got something.
It is not the cleanest MLBB, but Ogwen is literally trying to save Falcons from swimming with the sharks. And you can't just overly rely on the Franco counterplay around the hook, because ONIC, you take away the hooks, they're 100% playing better than Falcons right now across the board. Everything that they're doing, the timings of Kirk, Super Friends timings with the heart guard, they're just getting caught off guard by Ogwen.
Oh my God, not to mention Keller just popping up from out of nowhere, waddling his way through a fight, throwing out an ult, and then calling it quits. He currently has a Holy Crystal already. That is what this 2K gold lead ONIC is sitting on, affording him. And not to mention this whole Ogwen situation, literally, Ogwen can only solve one problem at a time. He can only address one thing that Falcons is dealing with, while ONIC has the onus of just having Fringe choose a target. If they can find that perfect timing, then ONIC is getting away scot-free.
They really need to catch up Flap TZ and KyleTzy with the items, because, yeah, Ogwen's just your catch guy. He's not your main frontliner. Yeah, he's a threat, but you need the Fredrin and the Lapu Lapu to be able to hold long enough so that Falcons can fight.
Okay. This is the one they're going to go ahead and start up. You can already see it here. Infinix hand cam brought to us by Infinix. They're going to force the fighting weight. Bravest Fighter jumping in from flat. King Kong just swoops on in. He'll get the turtle. Kirk has the heart guard. He's going to go for the final slash play here. A jump forward. They go down, but Kirk's taken out by the Appraiser's Wrath, and now Ogwen going to be next. Brusco will pick up that one. The 1-for-1 trade, but ONIC got the last turtle of the game.
Kirk for Ogwin. And for those saying Kirk spent too much time setting up the perfect final slash, he did get it anyways. It's just, I think this time, Falcons used one of the main strengths of their lineup. They put up that solid front line that it doesn't matter, even if Kirk got it, and they took him down along the way. Damage isn't quite there yet for ONIC. Flap, he's holding on!
Oh, Flap, what's he gonna do? Brave Spider, but he's under the turret. Mount Sharker's gonna be used. Earthshaker, he does flicker out for the Delius catch! Will kick them down. King Kong does get hooked though, so Ogwin able to capitalize something.
Again, it's literally Ogwin saving them. That could have been a massive L for Falcons, but one hook changed it. Kirk!
Oh no, Kirk. He does have the hard guard. We've seen Arlott do this before, 1v2. Super Marco will have to get out there with the flicker, but that might be it. Here comes the rest of Brusco making his way. What does Kyle TZ do here? Is he going to be able to actually escape this? Super Prince wrapping it up. Super Marco has to go ahead and help him.
Too much.
Showing it down, but Kyle falls anyway.
I wonder if there was a miscommunication there. What was the call? Was it really just to get the hell out of Dodge? Or was Kyle really just buying time for the rest of the map?
The puppet on the string is helping reset the passive of the Demon Gaze for Arlott more. That's why this Arlott's so deadly. I was wondering, why does it feel like Kirk has so many dashes? It's because the puppet on the string is resetting the Demon Gaze. This is a tailored strategy by ONIC.
That and the Mountain Shocker.
Yeah.
Those two things on demand. If I'm not mistaken, even Deadly Catch should reset it.
Yeah, but in that specific scenario, it was literally just the Angela and Arlott. So if you add that, plus the ones that you mentioned as well in the team fight, it's another Lancelot at home.
All right, Arlott is building up to be quite the threat in the current meta. The situation that oh no, that's a pull on a Brusco.
Again, the hard guard going to be used, plus the revitalized final slash to help him. Brusco survives, but now Kyle's in trouble. Under the turret, a sliver of health, he'll survive, but now here's the clap back. Kirk could be in trouble himself. There's a jump from Brusco, and again, the hard guard's available. All this, no one goes down, a whole lot of ultimates used, but ONIC will make their way to go ahead and just reset. They were thinking about starting up the Lord, but they didn't take it.
3K down. Falcons are doing well to maintain map parity. Yes, they have lost tier 1s up top and bottom, but keeping mid. Yes, it is the most easily defendable inhibitor lane, but keeping mid allows for ONIC to stay honest for this Lord take. Oh, there's another one.
Another hook. This time it should be a kill. They go in, throw everything at Brusco, and he's gone. So now ONIC down a member. Super Fringe pushing at that top side. He can join this fight anytime he wants, and this is another one. Ogwin lands another hook. Kirk has the heart guard. He's going to use a final slash. They're going to force them off the Lord. They're going to fight for it. It comes down to it. Kyle gets the Lord, but they have to win the fight. Few solo. But finally, Kirk goes down, and Team Falcons finds some flight in this game.
That fight lasted so long that Friends had the time to get out of there after the hard guard and let Kirk die alone.
He still was able to flicker out, but you see the massive problem that is the Arlott and the Angela. Yeah, when I saw the Arlott get closer, I was like, okay, that's actually bad for you because now Super Marco and Few are within final slash range. Good thing Falcons was able to answer it right away. ONIC, though, still very much within range of turning this game around, but Ogwin, literally the savior of Falcons right now. Little by little, the master is showing that he could 100% be back. Brusco with the conceal.
Brusco with the conceal, charging up the Unbreakable. He has Kirk there too, joining him. Hard guard's going to be used from Super Prince. There's the final slash, but Brusco's taking too much damage. The AOG, a nice flicker. Few still going. The rest of the team, King Kong from the backside. He's going to be able to find Ogwin. They take out two. Kyle drops down the Appraiser's Wrath, and no one falls from ONIC.
Falcons got caught with the flank. Again, this is just one of the main weaknesses of a lineup that relies too much on the single pickoff. If your front or your back isn't protected, ONIC can dismantle you. Oh no!
They're fine. Yeah, Super Friends. Call him Pegasus. The man has a Millennium Eye on him. He sees everything right now. All the potential possibilities. Hard guard always on point. And yeah, the Arlott and Angela together, that's a new combo for everyone's ranked games if you haven't used it yet.
And I love Duel Masters.
It's so good how they're playing this. Like, Kirk feels like he could keep fighting forever as long as he has his hard guard up on him.
But the one weakness is it's not that good damage-wise. They still need to have King Kong or Kelra in the vicinity.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that if Kirk's going to commit, you got another damage dealer because he can only do too much. He's not really going to finish the job for him if he's the one to initiate. He needs someone else to back him up. Let's look at the gold laner, still very close in terms of the gold. We really haven't felt Kelra's Bane just yet, despite that one play where he flickered to the face of Super Marco. Not the close hook there by Ogwen, but he is up to a Divine Glaive. It is already up to a Malefic Roar for the Granger of Super Marco, though, so they're still very healthy.
Are they going to fight this? Kirk jumps in. Yeah, you don't want to take this.
Thought he would.
Super Prince is still up top. This is one thing, though. Team Falcons. There's a hook. He landed it again. An Iron Hook. Hard card's going to be used. Now Brusco probably revitalized, but it's just way too much damage now. Team Falcons. Oh, and again, Ogwen will find Kelra the perfect mark, giving Super Marco a double. What is with Ogwen's Franco this game?
The Master is a messiah. He cut down that gold lead, down to 700 from almost 4,000.
I've become quite jaded with Falcons this season that right now I can't completely wrap my head around seeing Ogwen and Flapteezy combo after combo. He didn't have the bite for the second hook, but he had the land trigger Flapteezy who timed it perfectly to cap that off. That's another Lord for Falcons. What is going on?
Well, look at the map. It's none of us called it, but it's red. Something that Falcons has been doing despite this push and pull, mainly a push against ONIC, has allowed for them to. Where has Kelra and King Kong been? They should have been cleaning up these waves, and they can't even push a tier 2 up top. Can't even take down mid. So something Falcons is doing is working.
I think it's the hooks, because every time Ogwen gets a hook, it's for some reason, somehow, some way, it's when Kelra or King Kong are not nearby.
Oh man, now they're on the defense. ONIC, they had a lead earlier on. Their backs are against the wall. Ogwen has been fishing with the iron hooks. They're gonna force him off this. Deadly is cashing another one on Kirk. The turret still standing for a little bit longer before it goes down, but man, I can already feel who the MVP is this going to be for this game if Team Falcons wins it. Ogwen threat enough, stutter stepping around on this Franco.
Ogwen, he's so hot right now. The nest is going wild.
Is he?
They're going to go for the turret here.
He can fight that.
Cloud,
He can fight that Brusco.
He's going to go for the lockdown. Look at that,
Bang!
even with the hard guard. Probably revitalized. Deadliest Catch going to be thrown out as well. Super Marco, he's dealing with the pressure. He could be in trouble. But a great catch from Kyle. And now Kelra, even with the heal, even with the hard guard, is not enough. They grab a couple kills, but they can't end it just yet. Waves are going to be clear. They want this top turret of the base of ONIC down, and Team Falcons will get that. ONIC waiting for King Kong and Kelra to be up. It's 20 seconds. It's 3 guys left together. The Super Fam. Another hook from Ogwen. How many does he land? Brusco's going to be next, and Super Fritz can't do anything. Team Falcons clawed back, flew up, and get game 1.
They hook a win from out of nowhere. Falcons take game 1.
The Master is back. Ogwen on a Franco yet again. The last time we saw him in a Franco, he got an MVP performance. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be another one for him.
Oh, wow. The arena is full on a Friday night. Everyone who braved the streets of Manila have made their trip worth it to see Ogwen do this live.
Oh, man. That was amazing. That was the hooks, man.
Check out our smart super fan reaction cam. These are the epic reactions from our super fans here at the MPL Arena. A spotlight on the Hive. Or rather, the Nest.
The Nest.
Yeah. The Hive will be in action tomorrow, but they were once the Hive.
Yeah,
that's true.
And to be fair, there are a lot of members of the Hive who are also part of the Nest.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, they are very good friends.
Wow. Tell you what, everyone there in our superfan audience was probably holding their breath too. Yeah. Every hook, and just also like thinking, man, how? Of course, that MVP is going to be Ogwen.
You know what they say? Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll eat for a lifetime. Did we eat well tonight watching Ogwen's Franco?
1, 3, and 12, and it's the Franco that rushes all the cooldown in the world. With the Winter Crown, with the Fleeting Time, and the Ogwen over and over again would just land the hooks. And yes, a lot of focus on Ogwen, but I feel like this game was determined by 3 things. The errors of both sides, the Angela and Arlott, and of course Ogwen's Franco. But then connected to Ogwin's Franco is the fact that there was always someone, except for that one time under the mid-turret, that it didn't look like Falcons were ready. But when they were ready to follow up with the hook, the timing of all the crowd control, Brusco ended up becoming the main meat that Falcons ate all throughout this game. And they maximized the layering of crowd control, timing and maximizing it so that they can secure the kill and that he doesn't jump away.
That's Japanese bad boy fusion.
Yeah.
And you know,
full circle.
Yeah, full circle, man. I think from this too, you got to think like, remind you, they had
they beat him down as early as the 5-minute mark.
They go there, but think about what Team Falcons accomplished here after a maniac on Kirk, dealing with a hard guard. How many hooks we saw, you know, get them into a position where they eventually turn this game around. Like, that is what was so impressive about this Franco here from Ogwin.
Yeah, this was the best chance for ONIC, but Kyle got the Lord. So you also have to give your flowers for Kyle TZ for securing that retribution because it allowed them to push out. Yes, there was a bit of an error here and it was difficult because they ended up getting clipped. But then because the Lord pushed out, they still had room to go around the map because the turrets were taken down in the side lanes as well.
That's why Kyle TZ is #2. Turtle and Lord control all season long. An amazing hook flicker back from Ogwin. And I think it's at this point, after the second Lord, wherein they were less reactive and more, we're just going to hook to finish the game.
Yeah, like, I feel like there was, especially the second to the last hook, right before this one, there was a bit of tilt from King Kong. I feel like he was a little bit too greedy with diving there. That clearly was the game plan. Brusco would ride the cloud, pull the attention, get the bite, and then Super Friends would just get on him on the hard guard, while King Kong will try and finish off Super Marco. But at that point, Kyle TZ was in the right spot to taunt, peel for the Granger. Granger gets away, and then Falcon just makes it look like a big error for King Kong, deciding to jump to the back alone.
You know what makes this painful for ONIC? Besides playing the Angela in an already Angela hostile metagame, the fact that their Bane had what Joseph would call a gold lane experience.
Yeah.
There was very little rotations towards gold. And he had the Holy Crystal in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was rushed, you know, and I feel like there was a brief moment there where we got to see some of that damage throughput from a gold lane Bane, but this game, it just kind of didn't work.
Kelra got to pull off Innocent's dream. He wanted to do the flicker, deadly catch. He got to do it, but there was very little follow-through. I don't blame Kelra. I don't blame ONIC. It's just Falcon did not allow for the Bane to reap what he sowed.
Yeah, again, the times where the hook landed, majority of it is when Kelra and King Kong weren't ready. That yes, Super Friends will always be ready with a hard guard, but once Bruce goes down and Super Friends is left, he'll have to get out of there. What? It's gonna be up to Kirk to hold down the front line. You're not gonna expect that because you need the hard guard, which was just used on the Gacha of Brusco to save him. And what happened here to the Bane of Kelra, I feel like is backed up by the stats digging I did for him. The most, how do I say this, noteworthy stat I could find for Kelra is he scored the 3rd least kills among all gold laners, but has the 2nd least deaths and 2nd highest KDA. All other stat lines weren't that interesting. So I feel like it's indicative of what's happening to ONIC right now. Like, yes, they're expecting for Kelra to show up with the damage and carry the team when needed, but they're not really finding the right time or making the right rotations for that to happen.
Not only that, but also I think that was the biggest weak point in the lineup that they had. Again, it was great that Angela comes through into that last point of the draft, and we're thinking, okay, this could work. It could work at this lineup, but like we've seen statistically for Angela as she started popping up more is, again, teams are still trying to really find out how to utilize her the best. This puts you in a position where it's like, you see what few can do on the Kimmy. We've seen the Kimmy tons of times, but Super Friends serves a very specific purpose. It worked great in the early game, but if you start to lose that lead that you build up in the early game, you start to lose that kind of durability and that healing that you have, and the itemization comes in from Team Falcons, your game plan kind of gets stopped in its tracks, and that's what we saw happen here.
And it also only serves half of Super Friends' toolkit. It lacks the mechanics. Super Friends is a mechanical genius, the monster mage. So let's see how they repair that in the next game's draft to try and take it all the way. Our BPI rich guy is none other than Super Marco, 787. This is relatively low for a winning team's rich guy farm, but just the same, you gotta understand, he had a very difficult laning phase.
Yeah, difficult laning phase, that first death, and then eventually it became Super Marco getting gold through the pickoffs and kills that they were getting as a team. it didn't get to the point where it was just like, all right, let's try to funnel some farm from the minions and from the jungle creeps for Super Marco. It was, no, we give you gold through kills, Marco.
Use that bounty, sir.
That bounty.
Speaking of which, there is a bounty for you in-game. You can get Kufa's Cursed Scroll. It's the epic skin. It's available for free. All you got to do is open your app, play the game, and claim. Play the game and
I know what happened. I know what
happened.
I know what happened. I know why I don't have it.
Why?
Because the first couple days that I was out, I was playing the game.
But you weren't claiming.
But I wasn't claiming. So I'm close, but I just don't have it yet.
All right, I've had this skin for a week now.
I play every day.
Okay. I believe you. Just claim, all right? Claim. Click that red button, claim. Now you can get exclusive prizes and surprises. They're waiting for you if you buy at least 5 tickets to watch MPL Philippines live.
One account needs to purchase the tickets to be qualified for the prizes.
Yeah, and you see those QR codes, use that. Bring your entire friends, family. Let's go. Why does it always happen to me?
And if you don't have friends or family,
why does it always me?
Let's go.
It's so nice you see it twice. So once again, a minimum of 5 tickets, 1 account has to buy it, and then that's it. You get a prize in addition to the fine time you're going to have here while watching MPL Philippines. Again, any day, any match, you never know what you're going to see. We all expected this to be, you know, sad and gloomy given the situation Falcons is in, but who would have thought we were going to see a Franco showcase?
That's exactly what it was. And it's kind of weird, too, because if you really think about it, the last game that ONIC had where they got swept by AP Brand, it's like, what's going on with ONIC right now, man? It's like, now you're starting to think, they're in a funk right now.
Yeah. The funk of ONIC reminds me of the funk of Team Liquid Season 14. The funk of Liquid where it's like near the end of the season, it's like, why can't they just get momentum going?
That was their first round exit.
That was the first round exit Team Liquid PH from that season. And the shades, I'm starting to see, I'm really getting reminded of them because back then, I remember we had moments of like, whoa, why would Liquid draft that? That's some unique decision making. You see it, a portion of it work, but then overall it just crumbles because it doesn't seem like a wholly thought out or wholly practiced out idea. I don't know, let's just look at some beautiful hair first.
Something tells me they gotta clear their head. Oh, that's right. Here's your clear head super fan of the day. Ooh, I like that little fade. And of course, to be able to maintain such a clean head of hair, you gotta use clear, y'all. Look at that. This guy is just vibing. Look at that clear white shirt, the accessories, and that nice cut. Oh, and that, what is that, 12-inch tall bottle clear.
That's a good guesstimate on how tall that
it's about a liter.
Is.
I bet he smells good. You're right, Naisu. He does. I bet he does smell good.
Why? What?
No, right. You just said, like, I bet he smells good. So
I bet he does.
I'm just agreeing with you.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let you. It was me.
He said it.
Yeah, he said it. I said it. He said it.
Why are we pointing fingers? Ladies and gentlemen.
We all smell good.
On your next trip to the supermarket, please
smell good.
Go ahead and pick up a bottle of clear. Make sure that you and the men in your life have nice dandruff-free hair. Let's go ahead and look at Flying Clouds.
Whoa.
Game time across 3 big regions in MLBB Esports, MPL PH, MPL MY, and MPL ID. How perfect that our game 1 was Flying Clouds.
Mr. Clouds.
Wider spread here, of course, for MPL ID. More games played there with 10, but what a wide spread. Their fastest game is at 10:04, and their longest game was almost 30 minutes.
30
with
minutes.
The Flying Clouds. In MPL PH, though, because of the smaller sample size, our average game time looks a little bit longer with 13 to 23. But I think the MPL ID stats, that might be a good way to look at the average here. Oh, wait, no. The MPL MY, excuse me, because the MPL ID has like one big outlier with a near 30-minute game.
So what does this tell us about Mr. Clouds, Mr. Flying Cloud?
Well, I think it's because of Flying Clouds actually allowing XP laners and gold laners a bit more room in the laning phase to make errors. That means that games could potentially go on longer. Because, yeah, let's say there are some games where gold laner dies quickly. Without Flying Clouds, you're already thinking, oh man, I'm gonna lose this. And then it's gonna be a quick steamroll. But because Flying Clouds can make you easily go back to lane, it's like, wait, no, there's time for recover, and then the game gets longer.
Yeah, it's very similar to the concept of buyback. For those of you who are old school MOBA fans, Flying Clouds is basically buyback because you get to return to the action much sooner. Going into game number 2, ONIC PH decides to go first pick. So again, just like in game 1, I think Super Friends should be proactive, but now answer to what was missing in their previous draft.
All right, what's missing right now is Coach Moody's jacket. He took it off for this one. So literally jackets are off for Moody. And I want to get in on that buyback thought. Instead of buyback, it's flyback.
flyback.
That's the flyback.
That's the flyback.
It's 2025. It's the flyback.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Bet you do.
I do.
You like?
I like.
I love.
Dude, I'm telling you, Mr. Cloud is probably one of my favorite fun maps to play.
Yeah, it is. It is.
There's something about it, man.
The only thing, I'm speaking from experience, and I'm sure folks watching at home have experienced this. Sometimes you don't know how to land it, or sometimes you don't know how to ride it.
Yeah.
Redmond knows what I'm talking about.
Definitely.
I've seen it. We played together.
Yeah. Like, there's a time where, because you have to be walking at Mr. Clouds a certain way.
Yes.
Because if you don't, if you walk at the Mr. Cloud symbol while facing your base, you will fly towards your base and then loop around.
And that's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, and you waste a lot of time.
All right. Going into game number 2, ONIC on the play once again, banning out the Phobius and the Baksha, while Team Falcons take out the Fanny and the Zushin. So still at large are, of course, your boogeymen in the jungle, Lancelot and Yusin Shin. Kimmy has been quite the thorn on the side recently. 1-1.
All right.
1-1.
Are they actually going to open it?
Whoa. Because of this Franco pick, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Where's the 1-1?
I think Falcons needs to force a 1-1 ban. Because without the Franco, then the 1-1 doesn't have a lot to worry about anymore. And maybe ONIC could get mega greedy with their draft if they can pick up a Joy later for King Kong.
Yeah, this is interesting also because you might still see, I don't know if because previous game, we saw the Fredrin picked up on the swing from Team Falcons, and they could still do that for Kyle if they want to.
I think they have to consider banning out a Lance, because ONIC only got Lance against AP Brand because AP Brand had a clear idea. You pick Khalid and Juice in first 2 picks.
Oh.
They're gonna take that idea out and they'll ban the Kalea of Brusco instead, which would allow an assassin pickup later for Falcons. They're still gonna lean on that R-Lot. Wouldn't be surprised if they still go Angelo later on. I think Falcons needs to consider something like a Khalid here for Ogwen, or maybe even a Grok, maybe at Red 3 if they're not gonna pick up the Khalid or Grok now.
For once in a while, you have the option of 1-1X. Do you let go of that?
1-1 plus one of the picks I mentioned. I think you still have to go for 1-1, especially since you're gonna be playing around Fredrin. Please pick up the 1-1 as well, Falcons. They're not?
Oh,
okay,
Farsa.
They pick up the Farsa to tell ONIC, all right, pick up the 1-1, and team fights, you'll have to watch out for the Farsa. I think, are they both just gonna ignore it?
It's possible. Just like how Lancelot is going untouched.
Is ONIC going the same?
It's a very similar draft. I don't think they're gonna Angela again. You can't do that.
I think they put a mage in the hands of Super Friends, maybe.
A real mage.
Do you think they'd even go as far as picking up a Bane again, though, for Kelra?
Oh, maybe not.
No. You need the Angela, I think, made that possible.
The tough part is...
There it is.
There you go.
Oh.
There's a 1-1.
Wow. Still 100% contest rate, 100% win rate in Season 16, and maybe, just maybe, that one Farsa pick was what kept him away from it.
Yeah. I think I would like a Moskov to be considered later for ONIC, but considering they are playing a YSS, I wouldn't take it away from them from just leaning towards a double fighter setup again. Earlier, Falcons had to ban the CC because they could have gotten to the gold lane for Kelra. It still could be an option here considering they see a Fredrin on the other side. That CC is going to be packing Vengeance, so then Super Marco has to be careful with the timing of his crossbow of Tang.
I'm with it. They should take out the CC like they did in Game 1.
Yeah.
Red 4 or 5.
Yeah, they can do that. The same time, I feel like if you... Oh, they'll go with the Ruby. So they are still kind of... That's the same idea. Yeah, still covering the grounds there.
They're fixed on Kelra getting a fighter.
Yeah.
And now because of the power picks that Falcons had to go for, Ogwen is going to lose the Grok. So we might see him bring back a Kufra later, considering that if it is going to be a fighter gold, it's going to be a fighter gold with a good amount of dashes, or if it's a Bane, you could catch him off guard with a good Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage. It's still deadly for the Kufra to deal with, though.
You know what? Maybe Ogwen might even pull out the Matilda.
With the Fred, yeah.
Yeah.
It's so good. You could reposition with the Feathered Airstrike.
the thing is, that means they need to save their roamer for last. Because if they pick Mathilda 4, then it goes Angela for ONIC, then that's going to be bad.
They have to swerve it. And Falcons really, just like how ONIC is attacking Ogwin's pool specifically, they take out Kelra's Bane. So they want a fair, they want an equal marksman matchup.
Or the CC, like...
Or Harith.
Harith CC.
Couldn't he still go CC though? Like...
No, Falcons could go red for CC too.
Yeah, because you don't have to worry about the Bane anymore. It should be okay. Not a lot that can mess with you. The Phobius has gone as well. I'm trying to think the Roamer. Are they really going to go for something tanky? Oh, they take out another Suppress.
Oh, the Suppress.
Yeah. You can still go for Khalid. It's going to be tough, but... Yeah, you know what? I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Mathilda now, but just red 5, not now.
Yep, Kufra, Khalid, Mathilda.
So here you pick up your XC laner, probably CC if they want to, just so that's not an option.
Lapu Lapu even, I would.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu is still open. Lots of options in the EXP lane. Also, it's a tough choice for Falcons, whether or not EXP Prio or Roam Prio. Because ONIC can still surprise, even if it's... Hell, what if ONIC decide to run it back with something unique that they used to do and pick up a Mathilda in the mid lane? They got success with that in previous seasons.
Oh, Hilda.
So we don't know if this is a Roam or XP Hilda. That's one of the main strengths to red 4 and 5 get you.
Yeah, considering that it is dangerous grass as well, so whether it's XP or Roam, no matter, the Hilda will thrive. So what's the call gonna be here for ONIC? There's a lot of avenues they could go down.
I don't think I want mid Mathilda.
Yeah.
You
give him like an Eve or something?
You need a real mage.
Pop.
On Prince.
Damage. Kimmy's still open, but there's a Farsa. Juicit's gone. If they want, they can go Kagura for the raw burst.
He wouldn't do Selena, would he? Okay, no, Valentina.
Okay, so they still get the Granger. Valentina into the Fredrin. Okay, let's see if Super Frizz can pull off getting the taunt again. And let's see if he'll be able to do a good job of protecting the jungle if this is going to be a Roam Hilda that will be pestering King Kong a lot.
Even if he doesn't get the taunt, like he's still... Quality is still the Feather Airstrike if he wants to, you know?
Yep.
You can still go ahead and work with that. Kelra getting the Granger here is going to be better than what we saw trying to use that Bane in the last game, at least for this matchup. And then the last pick, we'll find out where the Hilda is going and what's going to be an XP.
This is going to be very telling, Joseph. Like, when we see what this is,
we'll know.
We'll know where the Hilda goes.
All right, that sounds like... Oh, I was wondering.
My goodness.
That's got to be an XP lane, Alice. Full circle.
Yup. And Womi taught me something about this. Up until level 2, level 3, theoretically, the Arlot actually has difficulty against the Alice in lane because the Alice will just be healing through the minion waves. So that may be one of the reasons why they decided to pick the Alice into this specific lineup, because if it works out, this could be a revelation shown by the pros that the Alice actually beats the Arlot in lane. But let's see if that's actually going to happen.
Again, for those who've already forgotten, about a month and change ago, that is when Falcons' downfall began, when they got shot out of the sky trying to play and qualify for the IESF. They played an Alice. And that was one canon event that led to where we are now, with them at 8th place in Season 16. Welcome to game number 2. Match point for the Falcons. If they win this, the dream continues. If they lose, we go to game 3, and it gets just much harder for them to come back. ONIC PH up against the ropes.
Flap TZ needs to item build the hell out of this Alice. The theoretical approach would be a dominance ice rush with all the healing provided by the lineup and the abilities, even the battle spells of ONIC, that might actually be the right course to go. And see, the Arla's actually having difficulty in lane against the Alice. Flap TZ is now pushing Kirk out from the range of his own minions. It's making it uncomfortable for Kirk. It's not an easy time for this Arlot.
Yeah, Flap should genuinely be fine in the lane too. Like you saw, even with the emblem that he's rolling out with here, he's got plenty of sustain. But I think one of the most things that I wanted to see when Alice was available, especially last week, but we just didn't see it played, was how does she fight in the team fights? We know the Throne of Ruin. Oh, Kelra and Super Marco, he should be fine. They'll just take a couple shots here. But again, that Throne of Ruin that she has, that ultimate, could play a big part in the team comp that they have here. to win team fights around objectives later on.
Yeah, which is why it's a lot of flickers on the side of ONIC. Lots of dashes too. It could actually be really hard for FlapTZ to get a big Throne of Ruin and crowd control a lot of members of ONIC because they'll be spending their battle spells just to get out of it. It's not like it's an instant cast. You know that the Throne of Ruin is going to be coming out of that Alice.
And it's going to take time. Luckily, Falcons lineup likes long team fights. And I'm seeing like maybe mid to late game, you're going to see 2 feathered airstrikes off of you if things go well.
Yeah, part of this mid lane action too, you're seeing the pressure. But how does this play into this first turtle? That's where we're going to have to see this in action. Few doesn't have the level 4 yet, so waiting for that feathered airstrike. Should have it here in a second. But Turtle's up, so they'll get in position. Flap as well.
All right.
These are crucial here. Super Prince will be holding on to that feathered airstrike himself.
This is a dance that Brusco's doing. Feather, final slash!
Final slash going to be used. Few firing off with the feathered airstrike in the back side. A couple shots. Kyle TZ the first to fall. Flap will take on Brusco. There's a flicker forward from Super Prince to force Few back. They're just gaining space here for King Kong to go ahead and secure the turtle, but Flap's going to force him off. It goes for a reset. They're going to engage anyway. Oh, Flap can't escape Kirk, and Super Prince will be able to scoot on out away from Ogwin. They delayed the turtle, though. Ogwin should be able to get out, and Kyle is back for this.
Okay, we're seeing some symptoms of why Alice hasn't been as openly picked despite her strong rework. She's immobile despite the shadow.
What are they going to do here? Ogwin
back.
Should be fine. Has plenty of bushes to work here.
Oh, he's back.
With Hilda, he's back. Feather airstrike again. Drop down. King Kong gets to the turtle in time. Will secure it. Now Kirk on the run. An AOG to collapse down. Brusco could be in trouble here. Kyle TZ wants to go in. Gets the Appraiser's Wrath, and Brusco the one to fall. The final slash going to be used, but Flap and Kirk will just battle it on out. Here comes King Kong. Mount Shocker going to be used too. He's so tanky. There's the Throne of Ruin. And now waiting for Ogwin under the turret. Throwing out the Gleam. He's going to keep going, actually. Now King Kong dealing with it. Ogwin, what's he going to go for? Kirk now deals with a lot of damage, and this is what the Alice can do here. A Gleam thrown out again. King Kong will be able to get away with the traces.
Wow, the mechanics shown by these two teams. Okay, first and foremost, Kyle TZ was not able to hit Retribution in that turtle, unfortunate. But Flap TZ showing off what this Alice can do, giving a lot of difficulty for this YSS. And I think this actually approves the theory of Vomi that he was talking to me about. The Arlott can only do so much against the Alice.
It doesn't help that Arlott is a melee hero that has to sit underneath Alice's skills.
Yeah.
And that helps her all the way. That's all her.
Yeah, he has to eat up the Doom Waltz, which is fine for Alice. You might not get the kill on the Arlott, but in the long run, it's like a new version of Esme versus Uranus. It's fight forever up until you realize that Uranus actually just loses.
Oh no, Flap TZ is so brazen. He's even bullying King Kong out of his own farm.
I mean, look at this. The pressure on this side of the jungle. Flap leading that charge. You never know exactly where he's going to go to with the Gleam, but they're going to go for Kirk. He has to burn the final slash and AOG to help him follow through. Super Prince has his own feathered airstrike. What are they going to do here? Few will drop his first, and Super Prince fires back at Few. Kirk trying to get away. Flap, they go in anyway, burning the flicker. They pick up Kirk. Team Falcons looking for more. Brusco trying to get out of the jungle here, and Ogwin forces him out.
Even Brusco has to think twice about pressing the AOG, because as long as Flap's Throne Ruin is off of cooldown and it's ready to cast in channel, they will win that fight about 10 out of 10 times.
And the longer this game goes, the problems that ONIC are facing with this Alice of Flap TZ is progressively going to get worse. Because this Alice is going to get tankier. Yes, ONIC will have more damage, but then you'll see the Alice health trickle down slowly, then go up very quickly yet again.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here too, man. And you gotta remember, like, Flap just wants to be a part of this fight. You know, he throws himself, the more skills that he's landing because of the passive, that Crimson Blood Banquet, he does continuous damage to everybody around him too. So if if he combos it correctly, using that Throne of Ruin, keeping people there, like, this is a great tool to have against someone like Kirk, who's going to be final slashing people together anyway. So Flap just wants to be a part of the fight, and he's a big distraction against ONIC. And how do they get past that?
Okay, interesting choice. Flap TZ actually fully built the Cursed Helm, so he wants these fights to last long.
TOT, man.
He can get stacks on Curse and reduce hybrid defense on all targets around him.
And ironically enough, it was used in the EXP lane last time in MPL Philippines Season 10, September 11.
Wow, 2002. 2022.
22.
Where were we in 2002, man?
I wasn't born yet.
Right now?
Flap gets caught.
We were just talking about how tanky it was.
Not against 4 members.
Not against 4
dudes.
Not against 4.
It's
So
a
maybe
little
like
too
1, 2 with a little bit of help, yeah, but
Yeah.
not,
Three,
not that.
3 after a prolonged chase.
Yeah.
But not 4 at a time.
Not like that. Not the right timing there for Flap. Oh, but could be a good catch.
All right, they get the flicker out, though, so little catch there, and they're setting things up for this third turtle to come up here.
Ogun is bullying members of ONIC. Oh, AOG.
AOG from Brusco. They're going to go for a few here, but Ogun here to help out. He's going to go for Brusco. He does disengage, so neither team able to cap out a kill.
Yeah, it didn't look like ONIC were ready for the jump of Brusco. They jumped in and there was like a lag moment of like, oh wait, we're doing this? And then they just weren't able to actually make the most out of the AOG. It's an ultimate wasted.
Either comms issue or
Flap.
They were really just trying to buy time. Flap pushing back 2 members single-handedly.
And this is what he, this is the whole part of the plan, you know? Like, think what he's doing. Team Falcons are essentially getting these objectives. By the way, Super Marco has had the gold lane experience now. Like, where has Super Marco been? Well, he's been farming up. He's still farming up, and eventually the 1-1 is going to be the problem. Look how much gold he has.
ONIC needs Kelra to put Flap down. The rest of them don't deal the right kind of damage. King Kong, not yet.
Okay.
It's like a slow war of attrition where Falcons are just very, very slowly, agonizingly taking away the resources of ONIC, taking this game away from them. Kelra is still getting farm, yes. King Kong has been delayed somewhat, bothered, but it's hard for them to contest the objectives. ONIC did get 1 turtle, but if Falcons don't lose a member before this Lord, I think this might actually be a difficult Lord one to fight and contest for ONIC.
In relation to Kyle Teasy, who is a utility jungler, Fredrin leads less items than King Kong on the Yusen Shin, and Yusen Shin has less money. So just put that into consideration. King Kong isn't ready yet. King Kong is not in any shape to carry ONIC PH.
Yeah, and in a way, the utility brought by the Cursed Helm, it's not a lot of hybrid defense being reduced, but anyone with the Cursed Helm procs on them actually lose a bit of hybrid defense, and that can stack up to like 3-4 times if I'm not mistaken. 9 times?
Yeah. No, total 9.
Total 9, because 3 stacks.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like 3 each, which means that's more damage for the 1-1 for everyone in the side of Team Falcons. I wonder if they know Kirk's here. Oh wait, no, now they do.
Plus, if you get immobilized, like if you get caught in that Throne of Ruin, like that's the worst case scenario for ONIC, because then you can't really get away if Super Marco's got airtime with that the ultimate.
Like, imagine how poetic it would be if Falcons shows to the world, shows the MPL page, like, huh? Sir, what? Brusco, yo, tilt or what?
Some of the AOGs have been questionable here. Flap, jumping in, already used the Throne of Ruin. He's actually going to get caught, tries to get away, does get bursted down.
Error.
Not as tanky as we thought, so with Flap gone, even burning the flicker, all this as the Lord is up.
Different approach, same result.
Yeah.
With that AOG from out of nowhere, ONIC still got to pick off.
Flap's like, I see that, let me do it.
It's a long-term part of the plan, but yeah, I think those were both missed calls by Brusco and Flap.
Super Prince. Burn the flicker. Kyle's jumping in. Whoa, he gets final slashed into the turret, and now Kyle Teasy is gone as this Lord is up. And Team Falcons down a jungler will just set up around the Lord.
From Axiata to the MPL Arena, he did it again.
Yeah.
Stole the energy eruption and taunted Kyle Teasy to his death.
Yeah, that's why I didn't even bring up the Feather Death Strike earlier. If it's Super Prince and he plays Valentina up against the Fredrin, you know what ultimate he wants to get. Especially when he sees now he has the Throne of Ruin. And that scales with magic damage, so yeah, this might actually be a more deadly Throne of Ruin.
Well, let's see how he plays this out. They're already burning it. Mountain Shocker going to be used too. He pops the Throne of Ruin from him. Brusco could be in trouble here, but King Kong will secure the Lord at the cost of Brusco. Now they're still going to go. Ogun will bomb and weave out of there, but ultimately objective secured here for ONIC.
Yeah, they used that Throne of Ruin on the hands of Super Prince defensively, while Flap Teasy was just the unfortunate casualty of ONIC's slow front to back. Because of the defensive use of that Throne of Ruin, it forced Falcons to stay where they were. It looked like they're already keen on diving forward, but then suddenly it's like, oh no, we're stuck here. Let's just hope Kyle Teasy wins the rescue battle. Nope, he didn't. Sad for us.
I got a cause and effect situation for Falcons. Given that they have a lead, but we don't feel like they have a lead, Have we seen Marco take to the skies?
I feel like I've not seen a crossbow of tank
We
just
haven't
yet.
seen a COT just yet.
Yeah.
So with that said, something tells me maybe Flap needs a little more chunkiness.
Yeah.
He's built the
Oracle.
helm, yes, and the Oracle, but what else? He's not as hard, so the Super Marco can fly.
Oh, okay. They did spawn out King Kong here too, and yeah, that might be the end game plan. You know, let Super Marco fly against. That's why you want this Wan. Part of that, I feel like the Malefic Gun really helps Wan in general to go ahead and get that little bit of extra range to get those weakness points off. The final sash going to be used. Super Marco was the target. They're going to force a fight in the mid lane anyway. Kirk going to be in trouble. Cut off from the team. Ogwin as well has to flicker out.
Oh, the stun!
Let's see if Super Marco is able to get it now. He pops the winner's crown. They're still going for it too. And now a feathered airstrike dropped down. And Brusco jumps on out. So they find Kirk here for Team Falcons.
A lot of battle spells spent in that engagement. An AOG outsaves Brusco. And that's a small win for Falcons, but again, they're not able to make much of the lead. If anything, they lost a bit of it.
Yeah, long team fight, but yeah, Falcons are happy with that. Let's see where the Brute Force Breastplate. So maximizing cooldown reduction, you do get that extra crowd control reduction as well.
Hybrid defense. Some move speed.
Yeah, and well, I mean, Alice is the hero that wants long team fights, and Brute Force Breastplate is made for long team fights, long sustained team fights. So yeah, let's see how it works out. But I think even more HP on this Alice would be good. Maybe even one damage item if he can.
And a little more damage for Ogwin.
Talking about one damage item, the Blade of Heptases. Already built on that Hilda. Oh, that's what he's been doing. Honestly, he's been hunting down these softies. King Kong can't hold a brush. Kelra can't hold a brush.
Yep.
I would not be surprised if Kelra would randomly pop Wind of Nature when Ogwin goes hunting. Like, I don't count that out. So that's a very strong tool in Falcon's toolkit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably definitely part of the plan. You know, a lot of these working together here to even get some of those defensive items out from ONIC if they want to.
Yeah, so I like the itemization of Super Marco. He looks like he's going to be last building the Rose Gold Meteor, as he already has a Magic Blade on him for this Wan. And that should help with his survivability, considering that the sudden burst damage brought out by the Valentina and Gatalkacha is what's stopping Super Marco from full diving into the fights. Because if the Valentina has Feathered Airstrike, or even just the Valentina damage alone, that takes out a huge chunk of the health of the Wan at this point in the game.
Oh, Ogwin's going to get cut off here. He sees that too. Super Prince he had the energy eruption from the Fredrin, so it was actually used there.
The jig is up.
They're going to have to fight this anyway. They're going to go for the Lord here. Flap could be in trouble. He's gone, but Lord secured by Kyle Teasy. They're going to try to get out here, disengage from the fight. ONIC's going to chase them down. Ogwin will be able to get away, but now can the rest? Team Falcons disengages after getting the objective.
A small but smart move. Ogwin flickered and ran the opposite direction. Whoa! All right, he's fine. To save the rest of his team, and I think he stayed a little too long.
Ogwin was just chased down hard there by King Kong and Brusco. But yeah, that was perfect positioning by Few and Ogwin. They held the two middle bushes so that ONIC Philippines would have to go the long way around the purple buff so that they could potentially get the Lord. He could not get close enough. King Kong blasted his Super Prince.
Okay, he gets away too, but I don't know. Is Team Falcons really going to be able to convert anything from this Lord? It might just be taken care of really quickly here.
Joseph, that's been the question for, what, the past 7-8 minutes?
Yeah.
Because Falcons got an early lead. Again, a lineup with an Alice that won the lane started to bully the map, but they can't find a decisive victory. They've always just had this small lead. Again, 500 gold, 1,000 gold, and they can't make much of it. What's missing?
Yeah, now is he going for the Winter Crown? I mean, already up to a Guardian Helmet for the Fredrin. Yeah, he did build the Winter Crown, Flap Teasy, so
could be it.
Even longer team fight. I think this is just, this is them playing for Super Marco now. It's that point of the game where it's 1-1, time to fly. Marco, take us up to your wings and bring us up to the heavens again. Allow us to get a sweep win here.
Keep the dream alive. One ticket to punch it into a crossbow of Tang on the Super Fam that could change the fate of Falcons, but right now they're looking at a 500 gold lead, tiny at 16 minutes, in a map that refuses to turn red.
Yeah, Falcons can get that big team fight win. ONIC Philippines, to their credit, they've been keeping King Kong, Super Prince, and Keller alive very well. It's Kirk and Brusco so far who's been the casualties of the fights here.
And they can afford it.
And they can afford it. Your main damage dealers are okay. And those are damage dealers who are actually, if left to their own devices, if there are members of Falcons low, they can actually finish them off.
And you can extend this to Super Prince, despite having picked up IMU Energy Eruption, again, a frontline hero like Fredrin, he's not died a single time.
Yeah, you saw the player cam there. He took a deep breath because that's how much pressure comes into this too. You got to remember, he's mainly holding on to the Fredrin, right?
Yeah.
And part of his job here is to be more of like that pseudo like tank initiator if he has to, if he's able to catch someone out, or maybe even peel to give Kelra the space here. So him, Brusco, and Kirk are the main component to making that work here for ONIC and Team Falcons so far. That's why they take it slowly.
Yeah.
I think when we ask the question, what's been missing for Team Falcons to win these fights, it's Super Marco. We haven't seen that game-changing or team fight winning crossbow of Tang just yet.
It's literally just crossbow of Tang that's missing. Purple buff still secured by King. Few has the purple buff there off the Falcon side.
I hate to say it, but you're right. All 9 ults have been cast in this game except for crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, one really big, beefy one to win the game for Falcons. Is it a risk? Yes.
Kyle could be in trouble here. There's jumping over Flap. He gets a thrown of Ruin into the feathered airstrike. Brusco gets by with a sliver of health. Flap jumps back in. And now Kirk on the run. Ogwin's here. Is he going to go for this? He does have that Blade of Heptasis. He knows Kirk is there. The Lord is up. Kara will keep him at bay so Ogwin doesn't go in. Now they set up for the Lord.
Departure denied once again. Falcons are strapped to the ground. Marco yet to fly. Where's King Kong holding that brush?
That's a really good spot for King Kong. Falcons doesn't know. I think they're trying to look for him.
This is a dance. Lord gets soft reset.
I think
Deadly brush.
He was seen.
Held, and Kyle spots him.
Yeah, okay. I was really thinking that King Kong wouldn't let go of that. That was a perfect spot for him. But I think he was worried about that Falcons, a member of Falcons might have already been there.
Okay, he can reclaim it. They have Mount Shocker, so they have vision advantage. Super Vince get pushed out of that brush and already uses IMU. All right, so he has time to reset this.
Yeah. Good play by King Kong and Kirk.
Oh, look at that brush control by ONIC.
Flap TC needs to hunt, and he's hunting, he's checking.
He used his flicker for that initiation last time, so they might just stall this out.
Yeah. Full minute?
Yeah, for a minute, because this is one of the things that Flap needs. I feel like he needs that little extra distance that a flicker gives him.
And I think they need to do that. Fuse all the way down bottom.
And interesting, Flap TZ isn't building Immortality. He actually has Dreadnought armor on him. He's going for an anti-Caress instead of an Immortality.
He's guessing that he's not going to die.
Yeah, he's mainly just thinking of, okay, I have Winter Crown, I'm fine.
They might hold this at half health.
Here's a dance. At a third of its health. Ogwin and Brusco holding the river brush. No one up top. No sneaky positioning. Pixel brush on Prince.
Oh, Ogwin, could he be in trouble here? He's taking a brunt of the shots from Kelra. He's going to heal back up. But Kirk gets a 3-man final slash. They collapse down. But a huge throne of ruin. We'll be able to catch him, but now Brusco's still up. He's spacing him out. Kelra gets a double. And Super Marco, he actually used the crossbow of Tang.
3 for 3. And the gold laner to the jungle left alive. Kyle running away.
Kyle!
That's exactly what we were talking about. The heroes of ONIC that can be left on the map are the ones that can completely clean the game up. Marco's gonna try to go for a King Kong. Delay it.
He buys the immortality. He wants to face off.
This is a bluff. This is a bluff. Mount Shocker and King Kong. There's still roses on Marco. He does not have a crossbow, but I don't know if ONIC knows that.
Oh, no.
No ultimate. Yeah, he backs off.
He sees Kelra. He's got to back off here. That was a huge fight for ONIC to win here. And King Kong and Kelra, they know it.
Massive win for ONIC. Slipping through the cracks, finding that win, taking Kyle out, forcing Marco back.
King Kong and Kelra. When you need someone, when you need anyone, how about 2 for the side of ONIC to step up? Perfect final slash, the taunt as well. But the Throne of Ruin turnaround. Brusco got the brunt of the crossbow of Tang, but he dashed away from the other members of ONIC and even popped the Winter Crown as well. Brusco saved that for ONIC.
And even on the receiving end of a crossbow of Tang, whether it be through sheer coincidence or through planned execution, ONIC split themselves up. So even if it wasn't all on Brusco, again, the perfect situation for ONIC, they would have been fine. They wouldn't all died to the crossbow. Ogwin gets caught. Flicker out.
Yep, Mountain Shark are going to be used. They're going to go for it anyways. Here comes the Gleam from Flap. They keep Ogwin alive. Even with that dangerous bush there, he can go ahead and heal up, but they got a beefy Lord making its way down bot.
And this is the spot that Falcons does not want to be in. They are more comfortable in control. But now it's up to the Capitan to to maximize his Feathered Airstrike. A Feathered Airstrike that the Super Friends also has stolen away from the Farsa.
Our Feathered Airstrike. This Lord coming in. Marco gets blasted.
Oh, there it is. Super Friends is going to drop it down. The base turret in the bottom lane falls. Flap trying to buy time, but Kyle's in trouble. Ogwin shows up a little bit too late, and the Lord is still up. ONIC might be looking for the end angle. There's the AOG from Brusco. Super Marco jumping forward, pops the Wind of Nature. Kelro pops his too. He takes too many shots, and now Super Marco's in trouble. Whoa! The Terrify is too good from Super Friends. And another looking for more, but they'll lock onto the base to clean it out, and Few has to go back. And we're going to Game 3.
The Super Fam deny the sweep. They ain't going down so easy. Game 2 goes to ONIC, Philippines.
Two champions in their own right who refuse to go down. I went into this day thinking that Falcons would easily get swept. They already proved us wrong. They proved me wrong yet again in thinking that Falcons will run away with this. It's 3 games and we deserve this. This has been an epic series.
We got denied the expectation and the expectation twice in the same night. Look at the highlights here brought to us by Smart. More than once, it looked like Falcons were going to wipe ONIC, but ONIC just find a way to just not take it like that.
It was a mix of like Kirk getting these final slashes. They had to buckle down though in the early game. They like Team Falcons and this Alice did so much, but you're gonna see a lot of these final slashes play a big part of this. But I gotta say, even for Super Friends, man, the amount of juggling he did with different ultimates throughout this game between the Fredrin, between the Farsa was amazing, and it's what allowed them to make this work. And Kirk, the MVP here for Game 2.
Yeah, the final slash saved it. But that should not have been the play by Super Marco to go out of base like that. That was a desperate move. And Kirk punished him for it. The rest of ONIC punished him for it. A Terrify as well from the Bounty. And everything layered on that 1-1 to make sure that Super Marco will not be able to help defend. And then the final slash was crucial. 2 games in a row, we see why the R-Lot is getting prioritized here for ONIC. In Game 1, it was a nuisance with an Angela. And those final slash were big. But in this game, you also even see more final slashes, as it was Kirk who set things up for that long Lord fight that ONIC eventually won to eventually win the series.
I'd hate to point fingers and look at the downs of this matchup, but Falcons once again put themselves in a position wherein it's all on Marco. It has to be that 1-1 that gets the job done, because we've seen throughout the first 15 minutes of the game, without Marco's crossbow tang, Falcons weren't going anywhere.
And that's why the decisions and the way that those fights were broken down and split up, you know, for part of strategy and maybe just part of instinct too. Like when Brusco was able to go ahead and tank up a lot of the crossbow tang, maybe one of the only, or wait, maybe we saw it 3 times in total throughout this game. It takes away a ton of that damage profile that you take a 1-1 for, you know, in these team fights, and you lose a ton of damage output when that's the case here. So ONIC actually approached a lot of these fights later on when it was supposed to be Super Marco that we were looking for, and kind of dealt with that in their own way.
Yeah. I'm wondering now, I'm already thinking ahead for the next one. Are Falcons actually going to give the R-Lot? Are they going to be more prepared for this R-Lot? Again, it was a final slash to taunt things off. Taunts were maximized. Falcons did almost everything right. Brusco leaving the vicinity of ONIC as the rest of ONIC dashed away from the Gata Gacha. That could have been the game-winning crossbow of Tang, but it wasn't.
So, are you more convinced now that it was planned out? It must have been Brusco or someone saying, Brusco, you stay there. You go this way, we go that way.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to hear the call later. If at least someone shouted out, like,
back off,
get away from me.
Delta split.
Yeah. You know, that's my headcanon. Hopefully one of them just yelled out, Delta split, out of all the Tagalog shot calls happening. And again, Marco, this was desperate, man. I feel like this was frustration pent up. I don't know whose call it was. Maybe it was a Marco solo call, but that should not have been it.
Dude, even that, the Super Prince, like he knew he was going to die, but just to get the Terrify off, to allow them to go ahead and capitalize that, and then you saw the the swap there where Kirk used to win a crown, and then he picked up even Immortality. That was good, man. I mean, that's what you expect in those crucial team fights. And maybe that was more of like a last-ditch effort from Team Falcons to not lose that game.
Yeah, 22 minutes of a monster game. This Alice experiment didn't work out. Too much utility. Even the damage of you, though respectable, King Kong and Keldor were just too fast to dash away out of the range of the Feathered Airstrike, though they'll be able to take down Kirk, Super Prince, the YSS, the Granger, and the Gatotkacha are a whole nother story for that. And Super Marco, it was just a big story of he could not get the crossbow of Tang to catch. Credit to ONIC, the one time that he could have gotten the big one, they did not give it to him. But this needs to be a change up in the thinking here of Falcons that yes, they do have the Farsa to supplement this 1-1. It's not just based on the 1-1 alone, but I think this is the reason why this is the meta of triple cores actually thriving. Too much utility, not enough damage. It's too difficult to win with it.
And even at too much utility, this is just me, I think Falcons did not use Ogwin as much as they used him in game 1. I felt like he was just doing two things mainly. Flushing out brushes and threatening kills on softies. At the end of the day, those softies are King Kong and Keldor. If he can't find either of those guys, he's twiddling his fingers.
Yeah, and like he tanked up a lot of damage. You know, he was able to utilize some of the dangerous grass, but ultimately, yeah, like he wasn't able to do what he wanted to do, I feel like.
He was a really good striker with great cardio, no grappling at all.
Yeah.
He's like just running around.
Yeah, and the one time that I felt like, you and I made eye contact when it happened. When Ogwin was just standing in front of the second tier tower when ONIC ran away, it's like, am I gonna do this? I have conceal. I don't see anyone there. Is no one gonna help me out here? No one? Okay, I'm just gonna stand here, reveal myself, and then run away sadly.
In hindsight, my theory there is we're winning from this position. I don't need to add anything. I just have to be a sentry. I just make sure that this exit closes off.
Yeah.
But in reality, I think it was much worse. It was them not knowing what to do with it. Regardless, he is our sandbag, taking 222K, almost 223K, and our BPM Rich guy is still 1/2 of the KK connection. Well, the other one is also the carry. It's Kalra.
I was thinking about to say Cooper Prince, but
what? Koopa?
I'm never repeating that joke again.
And Cruisco, Creota, Crate.
It's all of them.
Yeah,
I'm a super fan now.
I mean, that's a sad thing about a Hilda. The longer the game goes on, the more you start realizing there's not much this Hilda can do anymore.
Yeah.
She's really the tempo guy, tempo lady. Tempo woman for the early game.
A lot of women.
And then the hope is
She's
the hope for the Hilda is that you get to blast someone late game, but with a really good positioning like that, it's really tough to do that.
No, not when they're like
you're not gonna get that
all clumped up together. You're not approaching that. You guys know. You would know. You can't approach a big group like that. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, at that point your ultimate is just like a stun. That's it.
That's it. Folks, before we go back into the match, showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject, esports for everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to the tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and much more.
Visit the MPL Philippines website for more information and how to apply. And I will also plug in the MPL PH Casters Community Show Match that we do twice a week with members of the communities of each team. So if you're a fan of any of the teams, join the groups, find details on how to join so that we can play some quick little tournament-style tournament games.
It's fun.
Very fun.
Yeah,
very fun. Got to connect with the communities. Let's talk about the losers of patch 2.1.18, heroes that struggled after Project Next. Mind you, this season we played 69 with the previous patch, and now we're catching up with 37 after Selena just went kaput.
Yeah. Even the Kagura, I realized, like there were times throughout the day, I was like, where's the Kagura? But it seems like Kimmy, Jusin,
and the Rubes.
Yeah.
Farsa are the priority. Ruby even, like barely seen now. We did see it get banned out earlier, considering it is a mega flex pick, but I think the times have changed. Well, here are the winners of the past. Look at Chip. Now, of course, because of the adjustments of the map, no matter what map actually you end up with, it's like, no, we don't want to go up against the Chip. Everything is good for the Chip. Everything is good against the Chip even.
Some map enhancements are actually overkill. Like Chip with flying clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already got shortcuts, man. Like
he's everywhere, man.
Why walk when I can fly?
You just have nightmares of Chip just everywhere. Chip here, Chip there.
I wouldn't mind. He's kind of cute.
He's got chips.
He does.
We can share.
Yeah, we can share.
Yeah, he does have a catchy theme song as well.
Does he?
Yeah, you should look for it.
And
look for it. Of course, understandably so, because of how difficult it is to jungle. Fredrin suddenly back as like, hey, you guys want a safe jungler? Yep. Why the hell not, right? Bring me back in.
He's baby's first utility hero.
But I'm very glad it's not the always Fredrin meta. It's the think about the Fredrin meta.
Maybe Fredrin.
Maybe Fredrin.
Also, Novaria has seen more play in the second half of the season after Project Next, so I'd like to see more of those heroes come through, and maybe that's the ace in the hole Coach Treb and Coach Moody might deploy here in their efforts to make it out of the series with the hopes of playoffs alive. Again, it's not a 0% chance, but it's very slim. But they got to first beat ONIC to get there. They choose to go red once more, going into game number 3.
So they like that side, man.
Yeah, 43% win rate. It has been a tough season for Falcons, but I think it's the Falcons mentality, especially with Trevor Run. He loves drafting from the red side. And this is confirmed the 7th straight 3-game series that Falcons will be playing in. Again, the
7th straight?
7th straight. The last time they were swept was by ONIC PH. After getting swept by ONIC PH in round 1, week 3, they just went on 3-game series nonstop.
That's crazy because that's like, you know, they go the distance, but they just can't finish the series in their favor.
Yeah.
Like that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, with it doesn't help the story that's been being built around Falcons that they're just gassed out after playing together for so long, going around the world, the hectic schedules that they played.
Yeah.
This is even more so proof for the people who, you know, subscribe to that train of thought that they're just gassed. They're out of breath.
Yet, many times this season, and even in the past, they would say, we would rather be gassed. We would rather keep going and play ML because it keeps us hot, it keeps us fresh, it keeps us locked in and focused. And more now than ever, on this final game, they have to be focused.
With what's at stake? Because you got to remember.
Tournament life.
Tournament life. Like, if they lose this game 3, that's their playoff hopes are done.
Yeah. What's tough here for Falcons is even if they win this series and it's an absolute crawl to win it, their fate isn't completely in their hands.
It's in the hands of 7, of 6, of 5.
Oof.
I hope that's not getting to them, that they're not thinking, well,
hope they're not thinking that.
Yeah, like even if we win this, I mean, like if TNC win one more, I mean, like it's kind of tough for us, guys. Just get the dub, Falcons, if you can. But ONIC is not gonna make that easy, dude.
They gotta be in the moment, and they'll be playing in this map coming game 3. It's river expansion. ONIC hasn't really won their fair share of river expansion maps, so that's some semblance of hope for Falcons.
They played it 7 times. That's crazy.
Once.
Yeah.
They finally took the Fredrin away from Kyle TZ.
That's too much.
And
Kyle.
the Baksha.
And the Baksha.
So they want him to play.
I don't think
Akai.
Or an Akai. Yeah, I was going to say, or an Akai.
If I could, Falcons just go Akai, make sure the Vanti's not available for friends. It's going to be an R-Lot here.
Dude, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be R-Lot, YSS, got a gotcha.
Yep. And then whatever's good in marksman lane. And then
because I feel like even if they go lands here, it's not going to be easy. Definitely, I don't want to see a Hayabusa at this point.
There's the Eason Shin stealing it away from King Kong. And they keep the Farsa. All right. Fuse Farsa wasn't bad in game 2.
Yeah.
It was a role player.
Yeah. And ONIC PH, to give them credit, every time they saw the feathered airstrike, they were like, all right, let's get out of here, dude. I don't care if it ruins the flow of the team fight. I don't care if you guys wanted to fight. Let's just get out of the feathered airstrike. And Fuse just standing there like, oh, man.
So does this suddenly make Valentina a first phase pick? Do you see it blue 2-3?
No. Banish all darkness. I don't think so. I think they can still save it for later. Because
then Falcon should ban it.
Yeah, because the utility of Super Friends is so wide you can go low Yi, you can still somehow shock and go Selena if you're really vibing with it. So they can save it for the latter half. Their priority is the center of the map.
Right.
They're looking at the trade-off there. So they get their carries first, and that's safe. These are safe up against a YSS, up against a Farsa. You're just going to be looking at, okay, what are we going to give Brusco to defend our jungle more if ever this is going to be a high invade lineup by Falcons? They keep taking out the juice in. I think they still really have to consider the Khalid here, because that Khalid gave a lot of difficulties for ONIC last time. They go for the Uranus, which was a little bit more of a passive EXP laner than I expected.
Yep, in the face of the hyper-active first 3 picks of ONIC, Falcons pick a shield. They do take away Brusco's Gatot from game number 2.
Good man.
ONIC, let's see who they attack. Do they attack the gold lane, since Keller already has the Granger? Or do they lock down on the lockdown of Ogwyn, take away the Franco and Kaja again?
Okay, so I think, again, a big part of this is there a world where we see Super Marco not on a traditional marksman because you have a YSS here, or?
He does have a record with a Ruby, but it didn't go well for them if I'm not mistaken. We're gonna have to double check that.
And as you saw, Ruby's fallen off since the patch, like we saw from the previous graphic.
Good read, could be.
Super Marco, the one Ruby game that they got to play didn't go well for him. He does have a win with the CC, and I wonder if we take it way back. What if they go Bruno in the gold lane? Because they need more speed.
Yep, that would be a very fast draft.
Yeah? And then, okay, you're not going to go Mathilda though, so it can't be a Mathilda Bruno last pick for Falcons. They can go Bruno last. They pick up their roamer here.
Yep.
It needs to be tanky. It needs to be a lot of crowd control. Gatot gone, Uranus gone. Are you going to go Kufra again or Badang? One of those two?
Even the strongest
wow.
There's the fighter.
Oh, I was thinking burst. So the Angela's back on the board for ONIC.
Sand rises.
There's the Khalid.
They are so fast. Again, the smile on Prince's face. Coach, I get one more go at the Angela. Let's make it work this time.
I am the power of light.
And Falcons pick the mystical Falcon with a whip. That's the Kaja coming in. ONIC banned it in game 2, but now Ogwyn gets his hands on it.
That means ONIC knew that this was coming for them. The last time we saw Kaja, Twisted Minds used it against Aurora earlier this season and won with it. At that time, Aurora had a mid lane Angela.
This looks good for Falcons if the precedent should be considered. But my question is it good enough to go against ONIC given that they don't have a front line? Falcons has an almost non-existent front line.
I have to correct myself. It wasn't a mid lane Angela that the Kaja was facing. It was a mid lane Kimmy, but yeah, pretty much the same theory here. But I feel like if they wanted to go Kaja, they could have gone for a more active, heavy damage, heavy crowd control EXP laner, not a Uranus.
That's the weird part. It seems like this draft was cobbled together in the final moments of the draft.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
One final go for Falcons to keep the dream alive. Game 3 between ONIC PH and Falcons PH.
Whew, I'm wondering how this Bane's going to work out too, man. I feel like he works really well on this map. The expanding rivers, especially when he's in the gold lane. So
helps with double laning.
Yeah, I think this is what we're going to expect from Super Marco. Like he's going to have to be proactive in this one.
That's unique. It's not a mage emblem set. It's an assassin emblem set.
Huh.
And we don't know exactly what kind of Bane this is.
It could also be a Bane that's Assassin Emblem, but it's actually still built for magic, because he might be chasing the more adaptive pen.
You can do either way.
Yeah, you can go either way, but let's see. There is still a chance that it's actually a swerve to the physical, but they'll be lacking damage.
Oh, Flap. You are a Uranus, but okay, he's going to be fine.
You can only take so much punishment. And that's actually an important part of the laning phase up against a Uranus. You can't allow the Uranus to just stack through the crab. You're going to have to contest him for it. And Kirk will be able to get it with the help of Brusco.
Oh, confirmed. It is a Mage Bane. See that basic book that he's building. And again, as expected, he's doing well against the Granger in lane.
Yeah.
Just much more sustainable.
See if this time around we'll see Super Marco pull off that flicker deadly catch right into the face of Keldra, similar to what he did to him. It's the same matchup, but reversed.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to rely on here, too. And if they don't have that, then they at least have a Kanja that can go ahead and go for pick-off potential. But, you know, you sprinkle in the fact that you're going to be dealing with an Angela like we saw. Oh, Flap. He was trying to bait them out. Now he's going to be in trouble. Does pop the flicker, but it doesn't matter. King Kong getting the first blood here, right in time for this turtle to come up.
That has to be a concession there for Falcons. Unless Few pulls off some magic.
Oh, nice feather airstrike. King Kong's really low. They should be able to do something. Few trying to get away, but Kirk will clean up that kill. Yes, the turtle reset. Ogwin on the hunt. It looks like he went with Divine Judgment anyway. So we caught King Kong out. But now now they're going to go for Ogwin. He tries to get away here. Stuck in the wall, stuck in a hard place, but can't get away. And now Flap just had to watch him go down.
It's like multiple times here, I'm looking at Falcons and thinking, don't you wish that EXP laner had more crowd control?
It has massive sustain, but ONIC are nullifying that by bursting him down, shoving him into the ground. I don't think Falcons should contest this anyways. ONIC get the first turtle clean.
That was a good attempt though by Falcons to try and drag things out. But at that point, it seems like they just overheated. You delay the Lancelot a little bit, but then he got the turtle, so it's like, what's the point of losing your roamer? You just balance things out with a slight lead for ONIC. See if Falcons can find a turnaround through. They should try to commit the play before the next turtle. They shouldn't try to just play around the objectives alone.
Next question would be, when is Falcons going to be ready? When will this whole Divine Judgment combo come through? If they can pick off one dude, move on. Pick off one dude, move on. Are they waiting for Marco here again? Like
Holy Crystal, maybe?
The same situation? Yeah, is that what they're going for?
I mean, they're playing around the Farsa, so if Few does provide some strong burst as well, we got to see it. If it's not going to be King Kong that they're picking, if they somehow can't get to Keldra when he's in his laning phase, then your next best target is Super Princess Angela. So they do have enough firepower, but KaoTZ will need to be there to finish it off.
Will they be in a... Oh, okay.
Your question?
Flap's going to be fine. I'm wondering, though, if Team Falcons, will their damage be too mitigated once some of the magic resistance items are built here from ONIC? Because, I mean, a lot of their damage is magic heavy.
I think they're
Farsa,
fine.
the Bane, like Bane to an extent.
I think they're fine.
Yeah.
I think there will come a point where, yes, suddenly when the Athena shield comes out, it will slow down Falcon's damage output. But also, there will come a point wherein Falcon's damage will once again spike up. If we get there. That's the question. Will we get there?
Yeah, because it has been proven 3-item Bane does not care about magic defense.
He laughs at your items.
Like, no matter what, he will hurt. Even if it's mitigated hurt, it's still like 40% of your health hurt.
All right, here's the unfortunate truth is... Oh, yeah. Flash should be fine. Marco isn't having as good an early game as Keldra was on the Bane game 1.
Yeah.
He is down about 300 gold with no real action happening there. Oh!
Whoa, they're going to jump in anyway.
Oh, they missed.
Final Slash is going to be used too. Okay, they missed that one.
Yeah, a lot of misses. They'll have Hard Guard available yet again, though. And the Final Slash does come back very fast. But Ogren still has his Divine Judgment. No committal on any ultimates, except for the Mountain Shocker.
Oh, Brusco's going to go ahead and heal up with the Quicksand Guard. He's going to get pulled with Divine Judgment. They're going to force the fight anyway. Kirk trying to disengage, get out of here. King Kong will start that up, has the Hard Guard. Multiple members of Team Falcons are around.
Marco.
There's the deadliest catch from Marco. Kyle will get the turtle. Fight's going to break out. Super Marco falls. And now Keldra back to the turret here.
2 for 1 plus the turtle. I think that's still expensive.
Yeah. And King Kong being able to get the purple buff, who, by the way, dodged the deadly catch because he was able to iframe KaoTZ. Did he? Yeah, he secured his own purple buff, it looks like. So no steal there for King Kong.
Fight!
Oh! What?
King Kong, okay. Does he get out? He already used that Mountain Shocker here. I think they're going to chase him down. Few does have a feathered airstrike, but they're just going to put pressure here on the bottom side.
Yeah. All right, I think we're starting to see the pain of this Uranus, actually. It's annoying because Flap keeps cutting waves. Yeah, you don't feel him that much in the team fights because he's not giving crowd control, but then the Uranus damage, as it keeps stacking on you and as he keeps getting stacks, is a problem. So good on Flap for being able to dig himself out the hole of, hey, I'm not that much of a use, but now he is.
Yep, got to the 6.5-minute mark, switched lanes with Super Marco here. And they're going to wreak havoc on the map.
Oh, Super Marco in trouble. Good final slash into the Raging Sandstorm, and now Feathered Airstrike on the response. Brusco is going to be fine. Will heal up himself alongside Super Francis Hardguard. A good pickup up on Marco.
And now we see one major weakness that Falcons have. We did not account for this in the draft. Brusco's quick sand guard is only really stopped by 2 things. 3 things if you're counting Parsa's passive, and 2 of those are ults.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop him from just healing in your face.
Especially with a heart guard on him, you know? Like, it just makes it even that much harder to deal with. Again, a final slash.
Goodness, Kirk.
Oh, he'll get the flicker out from Few. Man, Kirk is looking to make it the same case he did in the previous game with the MVP performance.
Yeah, 3 straight games on the R-Lot. And I like this idea for ONIC. It's just like, you know what, Kirk, let's put you on a hero that you can play very well, that makes you active, we can feel your impact, and let's just keep doing it over and over again and draft around it.
Oh, now they're going to have to fight this turtle. Last one of the game. Again, a final slash is available. There's Divine Judgment. They're going to go for Brusco. He's gone. Deadliest Catch was used as well. Heart guard to follow. Kirk jumped in. Kyle will get the turtle. Fight. They're still looking for more. Team Falcons will go in, forcing back ONIC as King Kong barely gets away with his health. And Flap leading the drive. They'll see if they can get this tier 1 down in the mid.
Flapteezy is such a scoundrel. He literally pushed back 4 members of ONIC just by existing. Whoa!
Whoa, Kirk. Again, the final slash is going to go for Few. He has the heart guard here. I think it was just to save this turret.
Yep. Angela Arlott yet again. What a menacing combo. And for ONIC, I don't think they'd be so hurt about what just happened there. They can still fight. But the problem is now, Brusco, he's going to think twice about just even getting vision because Ogwin and Few have their timing on point. Few actually used the first hit of the Feathered Airstrike max range and trusted that Brusco will just be able to drag the Khalid in time for the first hit.
Yep.
Landing the second, landing the third. That was perfect timing there by Few and Ogwin.
So far... all right. So far, these kills on ONIC were off of coin flip engagements, and I think Falcons have read them. Falcons aren't allowing it anymore. Key example as to why is Super Marco's keeping himself more in scarce. He's just not showing up.
Yeah.
Kind of has to, too, at this point, man. All he has really is the flicker. Hard guard's going to be used. Or are they going to go for Ogwin? Raging Sandstorm collapsing down. Ogwin's going to be gone now. Few has to pop the flicker again. They pick up a 1 in the mid lane. Super Marco's just around the corner.
Yeah.
Not sure if they're going to go for much. They'll conceal on out. Kyle's here, pops the Mountain Shocker, but still, all this in the mid lane to be focused on King Kong. Leading up in the front, Flap and Kyle are fine.
You saw the slow approach that ONIC did to making sure they pick off Ogwin and even almost landed a pick onto Few, is that they were watching and seeing, okay, it seems like no one's quickly responding to this. Then they go for the dive, then they back out. So appreciate the patience and the execution there by ONIC.
And in response, Falcons are also being patient. I think Marco was contemplating the flicker deadly catch once again, but again, they don't have a front line, so it's not as easy to take advantage of that. They have to really go off of Ogwin's Divine Judgment, full combo, and pick off 1 more after the initial. Flapteezy gets hit with a final slash, he's fine.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot to overload Flapteezy here on this Uranus. He's built up, scaled up pretty well.
Glowing wand and the photo for friends. He's such a pain to deal with. King Kong, though, every time he enters, he loses a lot of health. So even more so now, it's a lot of mechanical pressure on him to maximize his dash.
Final slash again. Great timing that time to take out Ogwin.
Yeah, great combo there by ONIC. They made the most out of the Raging Sandstorm and Final Slash.
And because of that, I think they read the map. The coast is clear. That's a man down for Falcons. They will try to regain parts of it. I don't think they can take the Lord just as quickly. No turrets are down. Flapteezy holding the fort here. Feathered Airstrike.
Feathered Airstrike putting pressure on King Kong. Flap also zoning them out. Lord's going to go for a reset at half health. Now Super Marco there with Brusco. Flap taking a burn of damage. Actually have to burn the flicker. So no team committing to this Lord just yet as Team Falcons forced ONIC off.
Yeah, Falcons will now have to slow down the pace, wait for Few to get his Feathered Airstrike because you cannot team fight without the ultimate of the Farsa. yes, Super Marco deals a lot of damage, but you need all the damage you bring to the table, of course, going up against a lineup that has an Angela. But I hope Falcons are also considering that they're not going to blow all their abilities at once, because Super Friends again has been perfect timing with that hard guard. And with all the sustainability that ONIC brings to the table, if Falcons use all their ultimates in one go, they might not have enough for a longer engage. Something that ONIC does well, because again, they're playing around an Angela.
Oh, they're going Divine Judgment on Brusco. He's gone out of the picture with the deadliest catch to the hard guard for King Kong, forcing him under the mid turret, and now Ogwin's the one to follow. They're going to fight under tier 1 in the mid. Few takes some damage, but they still stay together. Both teams losing the roams.
All right, those are two frontliners that they had to sacrifice to get each other. And here's the painful truth. Falcons spent more battle spells, but they do have the damage advantage, and they're going for the blitz here.
Yeah, they can. King Kong still at the purple buff. They have the information, but Super Marco helps secure it in. A hard guard with a final slash flap, leading the charge. Kelra is going to be stopped in his tracks with the Mountain Chakra. Now Kirk could be in trouble as Few picks up the kill with a feathered airstrike.
Look, just like that, Kelra and King Kong already making work at the tower in mid, and Marco almost fell to King.
Oh, the rum, the ale kept him alive. Falcons, an amazing dance around that lore, does lose the mid lane tier 1, but they get the big one.
Yeah, ONIC are doing really well with the trading though. It seems like for every little win Falcons finds, ONIC finds a win elsewhere through the map. Now Kelra with the Sea Halberd. Ooh, okay, this might not be good for Falcons, but they do have the damage already. They just have to make sure that Kelra and King Kong are accounted for.
Gonna push this one in the mid lane. Oh, they go in anyway. Super Marco's gone. He drops down the deadliest catch. Again, Brusco made the choice with the flicker, and they'll take out Super Marco.
That was double point blank Rampaging Sandstorm. He relocated via the flicker about an inch just to get in Marco's face.
That was perfect.
And that's what they needed.
Yeah. Great initiation, great call by Brusco. It was a shotgun initiation, but hell, it worked out. And good stop by Kirk. They're not allowing the Lord to charge, but I think it's about to load it up. There it is.
Yeah, it does get that one in. Mountain Chakra used with a feathered airstrike just to push him off this base turret. Hard guard's going to be used as well. Conceal. They hold on to the top base turret for Onyx base, so Team Falcons not able to open it just yet.
Falcons have been approaching this late game ramp up surgically and with such discipline. Again, shotgun approaches are what caused Marco to die, but 5,000 gold up. For the first time in this series, Falcons are calling shots. This reminds me of their late game in game 1.
Yeah.
Just sitting outside Onyx base, asking them, what are you going to do now?
Again, besides Marco, they still have Few and Kyle TZ to play around. Although, how well they can counter a fight once the hard guard is up, once King Kong is there, once Kelra is there, it continues to be the question for Falcons. So far, they've been answering it well. That even Kirk, who has been stellar on this R-Lot all series long, has now hit a point of diminishing returns in terms of what his final slash means. Yes, he's getting a lot. Yes, he's making it work. But Falcon seems like, all right, you final slash us, we can still recover.
My God. In case you missed that last item check, Kyle TZ is almost 2,500 gold up from King Kong. Folks, quick reminder, King Kong is #1 gold per minute average this season. So that's how hard it has been to farm as a Lancelot.
Yeah, Kyle TZ is actually full built already. King Kong, bit of a chop suey there in the end. Has the Fury Hammer and the Legion Sword.
Approaching 3,000 up.
Yeah, it's been a great game for Team Falcons to, kind of buckle in and make things work in their favor. Yes, Super Marco struggled a bit here and there, making this Bane work, but the team's making things happen. They're going to fight for this Lord, though. Divine Judgment on Brusco. They cancel. They keep him at bay. He heals back up with a quick sound guard, and now Flap had the burden to flicker himself. He's going to be the one in trouble as Kelro picks up that kill. A final slash to clap down on Kyle. He's gone too.
Marco!
And it's gone so bad for Team Falcons in this fight. Super Marco in a troubling spot. He might just try to take someone with him, but he can't even with the deadliest catch. What happened, Team Falcons?
A miscommunication. Marco was miles away when Falcons had ONIC right on them.
Falcons was not ready for that. Marco was not ready for that. And Marco tried to make the hero play of single-handedly picking off King Kong, but it didn't work out. ONIC gets the Lord 16 minutes in, And this is going to be a very rough defense for the Falcons if they get picked like that yet again.
In the blink of an eye, their 5,000 gold lead goes away just like that. And it's not like they haven't seen engages like that. It's just they took it a different way. What was the game plan for Marco going away that far?
I don't know, man. And they started off with a divine judgment on Brusco. It was great that Brusco survived it because that's where it collapsed.
But they've done that like 2 or 3 times prior already.
Yeah,
and Falcons were backing off away from the fight. It was just a really great call by ONIC to continue applying the pressure, but Marco was not there. Again, that was the biggest question. Why did Marco split up from the rest, and why did he still commit to try and ganking the members of ONIC?
Oh, and because of that, they're going to lose this tier 2 in the bottom. Top lane as well. They're going to have to defend against this Lord. And it's not like ONIC's going to take this lying down. ONIC are pushing in. For the first time in a while, they have free farm. The Super Fam are getting resources.
That is a Holy Crystal Winter Crown on this Angela.
She dangerous.
That's going to be paired up with an Arlott, paired up with a Lancelot. This is going to be really tough for Falcons. ONIC, they deserve this comeback. If ever they do get the win in this game number 3 and cap the win off in this series, they crawled back through it. With great gameplay, here's Kirk.
Kirk jumping in again. There's Divine Judgment to bring him back. Immortality is going to be popped and Kirk is going to be gone. I'm not sure if ONIC needed to start that fight, but they went for it anyway. Conceal's going to be used. Does Team Falcons put the pressure here? It looks like they'll be stopped in their tracks.
Get out of my yard, says Falcons, as they clear all the waves from getting pushed. And now it's all about recovery. Falcons have to turn the map red once again.
You see Kirk was really disappointed in himself for that result. I think it was a team call, but it doesn't look like they were just completely right in their timing. Every entry of an Arlott, every entry of ONIC, they have to keep in mind, deadly catch, the Sharks will come out. Winter Crown early!
Oh, they want to go for this turret here. Brusco taking a ton of damage. There's the initiation. I'm not sure if King Kong's going to follow through, even with the Heart Guard. So they go ahead and just get on out of here. I think they're just going to clear things out. They wait for Kirk to be back up, and they lose the 1 base turret.
That's a small win for Falcons, but anything to recover after that blunder in the Lord should help them get back on track.
Yeah, and they needed to get that turret. ONIC, though, really deadly. Good thing that Winter Crown didn't come off at the time where the Sharks were right on Kelra, but both animations ended at exactly the same time so that Kelra was still safe from the deadly catch of the Bane. Because that was big burst on that Granger. I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons would have just committed that play with Kelra brought down really low already. Tried to take down the front, force Kelra back, and then just take control of this Lord. But now we find ourselves here, 19 minutes in, Evolved Lord, full 5-man stack on both, and now Falcons is trying to go for the cross-map play. Brusco's going to find them out, though.
And Kyle setting up for what could easily be answered by the Angela. The conceal by Ogwin. They're going for a false rotation here. They're keeping ONIC honest on their feet, thinking where could that duo be, and then they just circled back to the Lord, and they're going to blitz. It looks like it.
They just took the whole way around.
The scenic route.
The scenic route.
They have to slow it down, though, and reset. Yeah, because King Kong can get here just in time. Good call by Falcons, but good read there by ONIC. Finding the position and stopping that blitz play. All the minion waves crashing through top, though. Tough for Angela to deal with alone. They have to keep sending Kelra back.
Yep, so it's not all in for the Super Fam. And then the blitz resumes. Ogwin holding this long brush up top. Flapped easy against 3, against 4. Marco and Few holding the river brush.
Yeah.
I think the coast is clear.
Ogwin needs to hold this. Ogwin is in the perfect spot.
Oh, Ogwin, what's he going to do? Is he just going to try to grab King Kong here? But the Lord's going to reset again, at least.
Went too far.
For now, it doesn't go for the full reset. As ONIC play this, Brusco taking a ton of damage, half health, has an immortality though.
Yeah.
And now ONIC might look to go ahead and capitalize in. Heart Guard's going to be used on King Kong. They might just come down to a retribution battle here. A feather airstrike, but Kyle will get the Lord. The fight's going to break out and Kirk is gone. Team Falcons still looking to capitalize on it. Super Marco falls again though. And now Ogwin could be in trouble here. Flap on the run, but he's taken out. It's a double for Kelra. Team Falcons will disengage, but they got the Lord.
2 for 2. Prince and King Kong flushing out these brushes. They have to defend.
Ogwin has his DJ back again. Few has his feathered airstrike. Kaltizi coming for the back.
Yes!
Oh, a feathered airstrike. They'll be able to get Fritz. Fritz. And
Crazy get a double.
He shuts him down, and it's only King Kong. What a play from Team Falcons. They have the Lord. They have
the nest in Falcons PH as they take down ONIC 2-1.
The Falcons refuse to completely fall. Kyle Teasy threw the turtle ship with a perfect prediction landing on Kelra. That only was supposed to be a kill on the Angela, but it became a double kill for Kyle Teasy on that YSS.
You could see it, man. Marco at the end there, he hugged Flap because he's like, oh, because I'm sure Marco just had a tough game, man, on this Bane, and what a turnaround in the last, 1 minute of that whole exchange.
GG well played to the Super Fam. They did try, and there were honestly moments in Game 3 where it looked like they were going to run away with it. But they end day 1, week 7 with another L. We're about to throw over to the stage. We have our host Hans and Odin with Team Falcons PH.
The dream for the playoffs is alive. Here are your winners, Team Falcons! Oh, Gwen! 3-game series ito. Saan to nang galing? Where has this been? Yung performance nyo na to. Ang daming naghanap nito for quite some time. Saan nyo hinugot to? Paano nyo nakuha?
Siguro, nasa brink of na kami. Brink of death na kami, kaya kailangan namin labas yung namin. Nalalaro namin sa scrim. Kaya, yun, medyo rin kami. Nating tulos na rin kasi kami. Kaya, kahit anong ginagawa namin, gagawin namin.
Oh, Gwen, it's never too late for Team Falcons. Nakita natin ang ganda ng performance mo. Game 1 and Game 3 with that Franco. I would have to commend that performance. And yung game number 3 na Kaja. Ano ba yung pinag-usapan nyo bago kayo pumasok dito sa match na to?
Pinag-usapan namin, enjoy na lang namin eh. Parang wala na rin eh. Parang ganun din. Nisip lang namin talaga, enjoy na lang yung moment na sa last stage na maglalaro dito. Ganun.
And this was such an incredible way para ipakita na talagang ine-enjoy nila yung laro. I want to know more about one of the newest additions, Coach Moody. Hello?
Hello po.
I'm sure that you're very ecstatic with this first win. You were also one of the people na nagsasabi sa boys kung ano yung kailangan nilang gawin and how they would approach this. How was it, being added sa gitna ng season? What did you do to make this happen?
Like I said sa mga previous interviews ko na I think sobrang formed na nila, nakalimutan lang nila yung basics and onting disiplina. And I'm more of an addition, or ako mismo yung nag-a-adapt sa kanila eh. So, onting addition lang din sa kanila. Pero sobrang galing pa rin nila actually. Kaya nilang sumabay.
Kumbaga pinapaalala lang eh. Now that you mentioned, kaya nilang sumabay, Odin.
Gusto ko din yung sinabi ni Coach Moody na pinaalala niya yung mga dati nilang dapat gawin. And gusto ko dapat si Few yung sumagot nun. Kasi ikaw yung for the longest time ay nakasama namin dito sa liga. Ano yung masasabi mo doon sa sinabi ni Coach Moody na kailangan yung alalahanin kung sino kayo?
Yun nga, parang feeling kasi namin nung nag-low streak na kami, parang nawala talaga yung identity namin eh. Parang ang mindset namin laging gigil lang bumawi, hindi na namin nagagawa ng maayos yung kailangan namin gawin. Kaya nagtuloy-tuloy yung talo namin. And nahirapan talaga kami makabawi.
And seeing you guys today, parang hindi namin naramdaman yung pressure, hindi namin nakita sa mga aura nyo na na-pressure kayo today. And Few, ano ba yung gusto mong sabihin dun sa discussion ng community na kaya bang sumabay ng old gods sa current gods?
Feeling ko kaya pa rin naman talaga eh. Kailangan lang talaga kailangan makita namin yung puso pa rin namin sa paglalaro na hindi mawawala.
Few, hindi magiging madali itong magiging takbo nyo towards the playoffs, but you are still running and your fans are here to support you all the way. Manalo, matalo, you've already said it. Ano masasabi nyo sa lahat ng supporters nyo?
Salamat sa lahat ng fans namin na sumusuporta, manalo man o matalo, nandiyan kayo palagi.
Still in the running for the playoffs, once again your winners, Team Falcons! Flying high are the Falcons in this one. And you have to give commendations. Nandun yung puso to be able to continue.
Talaga namang still alive and still soaring at pinapatunayan lamang ng Team of Falcons na kapag may pusong kampiyon, hindi basta-basta natitinag.
Never backing down. That is what the song said. But as of this moment, we're gonna throw it back to our casters.
the song that Hans and Odin were referring to, I don't think that was for Falcons or ONIC.
Never say never.
That's a different song from a different artist. But once again, thank you so much to our hosts. And of course, it's great to hear from Falcons. And of course, their newest addition, Coach Moody.
Coach Moody. He took his jacket off, you said? Game 3, was it?
Yeah, he took his jacket off. It's like, I'm locked in right now. Brought it back on. It's like, yeah.
That's the secret.
I like how, again, the humility of like Filipino players and coaches. The fact that Coach Moody just said, hey, they just forgot who they are. And it feels like Caltese remembered who he was and what he could do.
I'm him.
I am him. The Lord Retry win. Hey, being able to get away from the sequence, still surviving. The fact that he survived that 2v1 up against King Kong, up against Prince, and even helping cap that kill onto Kel. That was wild.
He's my lady's first MLBB crush, and I get it.
Really?
Yeah. At M5, we had more pictures with Kyle Teasy than with me.
Hey, that's okay. You know, sometimes you just got to be the supportive guy.
But I get it. Kyle Teasy was a beast this whole series, man.
He was. 2 Fredrins back-to-back, and then here.
Yeah, and this was the YSS pick that I was very scared for, but he made it work. Ogren and Few locked in as well. Again, not the perfect game. They slipped up at one point, but Kyle Teasy was hitting the retributions when it really mattered for Team Falcons.
I would say even Flap, man. Like, Flap played this Uranus game really, really well, I would say.
There are literally a handful of athletes who could do what Flap did with a hero like Uranus in a matchup like this.
Yeah.
He's, again, playing against world champion. He's playing against the lineup that took down Liquid ID at M6. And he was able to, with just one hero, push back the rest of them while they blitz the Lord.
I'm wondering how much, and I will see it in a bit, but like how much he was the sandbag here, because
bar none, I think he is the sandbag.
He's gotta be.
But
man.
by how much?
Yeah.
Not just a sandbag, he's the whole damn shore at this point. How much he just took. And this, Marco will be looking at the Spain performance with a magnifying glass to find out how else he could get better.
And I'm wondering, is it just the weak point of a Bane in the sense?
Yes.
Like you don't.
I've had many a Bane game
I
where I
know.
played like this, and my team went, I'm like,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like you give them the thumbs up at the end of the game.
Yes.
These allies are great.
Yes. Anybody need to charge? Anybody need to... Oh, I do.
Look at that turtle shit.
This is that moment. This is that moment. This is the moment. Oh my god.
Dude, he like see YSS's portrait? That's what Kyle looked like.
He was just locked in.
Dude was locked in.
Yeah. Like, put a headband on Kyle Teasy the next media day that we have.
Have him grow his hair for like 6 months.
Yeah, keep it on there.
That's him. Little baby mustache.
Kyle SS.
Kyle S.
Kyle Sunshin.
Kyle Sunshin.
The Opa. From Manila.
That was a 21-minute game, folks. It didn't feel like it, I'll tell you now.
Yeah, there was a lot of action. I love how active the two teams were with taking care of the map.
Yeah.
Of course, playing around the Kaja Farsa up against a Angela, Khalid. Add to that the Arlot as well. There was just a lot of movements, and I like how we didn't see a lot of static moments from these two teams. They were always playing for something. They were just non-stop playing with really good position, playing for slight minion wave advantage. That's really top tier MLBB that we saw. Then it all boiled down to not the absolute 100% perfect best execution, but you saw how those little right things but little wrong things had big effects.
What?
Little wrong things and little right things.
What about the big things and the right things?
The little details had big consequences, big effects.
For the right team.
For the right team. This also
Short King language. Get on my level.
Short King language. I don't want to get on your. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to.
Joseph, you're trying to say.
I was gonna say, man. Super Prince is like the Angela right now is not doing too hot, man. There's a lot of little things going wrong here.
I will say he went 0-1-14. He did not have a bad game. That game was not cheeks at all.
It wasn't his fault.
It wasn't his fault. I'm just saying the stats for Angela right now.
Yeah. They were desperately missing that magic damage, though.
Yeah.
Even though he was providing it, that sheer burst of magic damage, I feel like would have helped ONIC, because it feels like playing around an Angela and with this lineup with an Arlot.
But look how much damage he did with the Farsa in comparison to Farsa. That's crazy for an Angela.
Yeah, that is crazy.
He was down 6K. That's it. That was the only difference.
Yeah, but it's also just like...
That's an Annabelle, man.
This is like playing on...
That's not Angela.
That's Annabelle.
That's Chucky. What?
Chucky?
Yeah.
Who's that?
You said Chucky, right?
Yeah, it's Chucky.
Yeah.
Who's that? Anyways, all right, confirmed sandbag, Flap Teasy, 209. I think the closest one was down maybe 20-30K away, ONIC side.
Yeah.
So, confirmed that is literally all FLCN did.
Yeah.
And while dealing damage as well.
I like how we saw the natural evolution of the Uranus here, which was I'm useless without crowd control, to, yeah, there's nothing you can do to stop me right now.
Yeah.
Like, all the minion wave cutting that he did was massive in the long run.
RBPI Red Guys Count Easy, GPM at 827. The principle on the Uranus is, I can't stop you, but you can't stop me either.
Yeah.
So what are we gonna do?
Yeah, he's just like a big guy who just keeps going at them. It's like, what? What? There's nothing he can do to stop that Uranus.
He's a broken NPC.
Yeah. And that's what they needed, because again, you do need someone to soak up the damage coming in from the Granger from afar. And I think if you look back at it, maybe that's also one of the reasons why we really didn't feel Keller as much as we could have, because FLCN was just there like, no.
Yeah.
I'm blocking all this damage for my team.
That's the consecrate.
I told y'all he was a sound effect guy.
That's the, what is it? Ionic Edge. Yeah.
Do it again? That's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I could have sworn my ML was open and I was playing Uranus.
You're welcome, man.
Impressive. Again, I had my doubts with this lineup. This lineup, 8 out of times would not work.
Yeah.
But Falcons made it work.
I don't know how they made it work, man, but execution was great.
I know who made it. I know who knows how they made it work.
Who's that?
Wolf. Again, he named a few set conditions, and I wonder if they fit in with how this series went, because it went all the way.
Yeah, it did. I'm glad it did, because knowing what was at stake, I wanted 3 games.
For sure. Let's listen to Wolf again, break down those keys to victory and how these teams use them via the Howl.
He's a dog.
At hindi pa tapos ang karera ng Falcons sa MPL PH Season 16. Kyle TZ made sure of that, unleashed the whole series. At hindi natin makakalimutan na sobrang in the zone niya. Nagawa niya yung Mountain Shocker play doon kay Kelra para tapusin ang laban. There would have been a defense mula doon sa double K ng ONIC Philippines, but Kyle TZ made sure na hindi mangyari yun, actually securing this series para sa side ng Falcons. Hindi lang naman yun yung kanya nagawa all throughout. Naging problema siya dito ng ONIC Philippines, at nakita natin finally hindi lang sa gold lane umaasa ngayon ang Falcons when it comes to their DPS. Now, for ONIC, there is a big problem dun sa kanilang Roam XP dilemma. Mahabang usapan to, pero basically, nalilito na tayo eh. Sino pa talaga tunay na Roam, sino tunay na EXP? Game number 2 at pati na rin sa game number 3, mas nakakalamang pa ng gold etong si Brusco over si Kirk. In fact, in game number 3, doon sa late game, mas mayaman pa yung Khalid kesa doon sa ating Arlot, which is definitely an issue na dapat ay na-solve ng ONIC Philippines. You need some farm on Kirk. There was a point in time doon sa ating laban na siya yung naghahabol pa ng gold, mas mayaman pa yung roamer. And now, when it comes to the roamer, Ogwen is key. Nung game number 2, pati naman nung game number 1, and even in game number 3, there were so many times in the first 5 minutes of the game na lamang ang ating roamer, Ogwen, over King Kong. And I think that was a problem, and definitely nakita na natin na naging problema itong si Ogwen all throughout. Ginugulo si King Kong, napapa-late game, at kahit sa dulo ay nagiging issue pa ng side ng ONIC Philippines. Team Falcons are still in a playoff contention, and I'm very, very curious kung ano nga ba ang kanilang usapan in-game. So maraming salamat sa pakikinig sa akin. Let's listen to their mic check.
Sayang. Atras lang, pull atras.
May magkakakrip sa.
Pull atras, magkakamin yun.
Susugal.
Kaya ano po yun? Arot. Point. Kaya nyo ba? Walang dash lang. Brusko. Mamatay ka. Kaya pa? Patay Brusko. Angela. Chill ah. May crown kayo. Mamatay Angela. Atras muna. Atras siya. Magkakana.
Ito Jela.
Let's go. Bot lane. Atake na. Wala sa skill dot. Tower lock na ako. Attack dad.
Hindi mo bro. ONIC.
He was yelling on the ONIC.
Good one for you, but a peel back on the curtain. Renmar confirmed the Kyle TZ knew he was going to kill Friends, so he threw the boat at Kelra.
And that was a split-second call.
He did this.
Yeah, he probably just saw the Granger coming out from the edge of the screen. He was like, oh, I'll toss my turtle ship there. Just like that.
He did that.
He did that. If you know, you know. Shout out to our friends.
He was cool, man. Kyle Teasy was icy, baby.
Imagine as well, like Keller probably, like, I don't know if he dashed already to get there faster. Like, technically he could have dashed to the side.
Yeah, I think he dashed into it.
Yeah, he went 1 and then 2. And then King Kong's left, dude. What is a Lancelot going to do against a Lord, Waves, and 3 members of
That
Falcons?
sounds about right when you get this. You know?
Yeah.
You're like,
amazing work.
Kyle Teasy.
This win was already cathartic, but by knowing how it went down, especially when in the Lord fight, the last Lord dance, I don't know who it was, but someone from Falcon said, I think they're going to risk it. We should fight.
And you see there, 3 points, and they are still within earshot of reaching TNC. Falcons still alive. The playoffs hopes are real, and they beat a team that is currently 3rd in the standings.
That's a morale boost, if anything, man.
Even with the Infinix standings not moving at all today, our eyes were open and we learned a lot about the teams and the metagame and how much heart is left in a team that was kicked into the mud and forced to question who they really are. Man, I can't wait for day 2.
Yeah, and despite the loss of ONIC here, they can still threaten Team Liquid's spot in the top 2.
So they play on Sunday. Right? I'm looking at this. Falcons play again on Sunday against AP Brent.
But they will be watching intently tomorrow.
If I'm not mistaken, this is upper bracket secured for RORA because no one else can reach 10. ONIC can't reach 10 anymore. They can overtake Liquid, but ONIC can't overtake RORA.
We'll have our league operations officials calculate. We will announce as soon as we know, but here's another check at the standings for Fansik Laban. Oh my God, somebody beat the Mines again.
Oh, that's another one. And they're really strong. And Cavalry's maintaining a solid standings. A solid place in the standings. RORA real close. Even in Fansik Laban, the race is tight. Despite the Mines running away with it, it's like, again, they are starting to get losses. Might get to them.
Still technically, too, like if you look at that, you know, they got the 10 score there. You got the Cavalry at 8. Yeah, it's very close between the Fansik Laban.
For about 6 weeks, maybe 5.5, no one could beat the Mines. And then suddenly now they get another loss back-to-back. Ladies and gentlemen, Fansik Laban is bound to be one hell of a feature at our playoffs because we now have the official prizes for the winning team of the Infinix Fansik Laban. That's right, as early as week 7, we have confirmed what these teams are going to be playing for.
That's exciting.
Last season, I believe it was a bunch of phones. Is it going to be the same next year?
Well, let me tell you guys exactly what they're going to be winning. The champions will receive the Infinix GT30, the Metro Zero shirts, and 25,000 diamonds.
Oh, that's a huge haul. But even second and third place will receive Metro Zero merch and 10,000 and 5,000 diamonds respectively.
Bang!
That's pretty cool, man. Like, you can play Fansik Laban all season long, and you win a phone, man. You win the same phone that we have over here.
Yeah, you win a phone, you win the merch, and you win 5,000 diamonds each from each member of the team.
That's impressive. I am spent. It's been quite the day for MLBB Esports. Gentlemen, your final thoughts before we wrap it up.
I'm a believer in Team Falcon's possibility to go ahead and climb and soar higher, so I'm also happy for you.
Yeah. Aurora, terrifying. Falcons, still flying.
Twisted Minds and ONIC, they got to find their footing. But that puts us at the end of day 1. Week 7 has just gotten started. Thank you so much again on behalf of Weebay Bros, Renmar, Naisu, and Leo. We'll throw it over to the stage with our hosts to close up the night. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Nag-uumpisa pa lamang ang Week 7 but I have to say, Odin, nag-iibang level na rin ang kompetisyon sa MPL Arena.
At talagang pinapatunayan niya ng ating mga koponan. And in our match 1, Aurora continues to shine bright and continue their winning streak. And in our second match, the fight is not yet over as Team Falcons rise again. winning their series with an undying heart of former champions.
Kaya para masamahan nila ang Northern Lights, pwede pang mag-book ng kanilang ticket towards the playoffs ang natitira nating 7 teams dahil 5 spot pa sa playoffs ang naghihintay para sa kanila.
Sino-sino nga ba ang susunod na makakakuha ng playoff spot and which team will secure the upper brackets moving forward? Marami pa tayong dapat makita dahil sakto bukas, Super Fan Saturday, which means a triple header day.
Pwedeng-pwede nyo nang yayain ang inyong mga tropahan para sa natitirang 5 araw ng ating regular season. Muli, ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin. Sama-sama tayo muli bukas dito lamang sa
MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP Racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko